The embodiment sank into the ground for several hours, but Yang Kai still felt no movement from it, which caused him to frown in worry. The embodiment was clearly showing signs of having a breakthrough earlier, so why hadn't he received any news from him yet? The haziness in his perception made it impossible for Yang Kai to accurately ascertain the embodiment's current condition, which made him anxious. Suddenly, the ground shook and a vague rumble burst out and spread in all directions. Surprised, Yang Kai looked around. He could keenly sense a subtle change in the ambient world energy. If the world could be described as standing still earlier, then something had begun slowly flowing, as if there was an invisible hand that was gently stirring the air. Dong! A dull and heavy noise erupted from the depths of the earth, just like a strong heartbeat, as if someone had struck a great war drum tens of thousands of meters below. Following that noise, the energy flow accelerated abruptly and the air began to change. The whistling of the strong gale filled Yang Kai's ears as tides of energy converged from all directions, gathering towards a certain place in the ground. Dong dong dong. The dull noise sounded over and over again, sounding more and more like a heartbeat. It gave one the illusion that the entire world was coming to life. Even the mountains in the distance, resembling the coiled body of a dragon, were undulating, just like the earth was breathing. More and more world energy was converging and becoming denser and denser before disappearing into the ground. It was as if a black hole existed underneath the surface that could devour everything, swallowing it all no matter how great the amount. In the violent wind, Zhui Feng neighed in unrest, but Yang Kai was still as a mountain. He stared through the void, penetrating through the earth. Within the depths of the earth, a powerful aura was gradually getting stronger, just like a dragon awakening from its slumber. Such a shocking phenomenon naturally alerted the demons nearby, who all came over to investigate the situation. However, they weren't able to approach within 1,000 kilometers due to being obstructed by an invisible force. The embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow continent, so it wasn't hard for him to achieve this. The embodiment's aura was growing stronger and stronger. Even without specifically sensing it, Yang Kai could feel it clearly. At a certain point, the strengthening suddenly stopped, as if it had reached a limit. Rather than increasing, it was now decreasing. Yang Kai's face, who had been monitoring the embodiment's movements, sank at this revelation. He knew that the embodiment must have encountered a problem. Naturally, breaking through to the half-saint realm was not simple. Even with the myriad demon pills in the demon realm, there still weren't many half-saint level masters in existence. Not because of any problems in accumulating power, but rather the shackles of their own perception. Without breaking through this layer, they'd never be able to reach a higher level. But fortunately, the weakening force grew stronger again after a while and climbed to its highest peak. Only, this time the situation was almost exactly the same as before. Once it reached a peak, it could no longer go further and quickly dropped again. Yang Kai's face grew even darker. As the saying went, the beating of the first drum rouses the spirit, the second weakens it, while the third exhausts it. Many grains of sand would eventually build a tower, but the longer a breakthrough stalled for, the less hope there was for success. What's more, the embodiment's breakthrough this time was slightly strange. Yang Kai did not see the familiar world energy baptism, and he had no idea whether it was because they were currently in the demon realm, and the world principles here were different from the star boundary, or if it were due to other reasons. But he could be sure that the embodiment was in fact in the process of a breakthrough. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel worried again. He had already been in the Second Order Emperor realm for a long time, so he might break through to the Third Order at any moment. When that time came, what if he encountered a problem due to the differences in world principles between the two great worlds? What if he did not encounter a world energy baptism then? But it was too early to worry about this right now. Perhaps the embodiment's advancement might offer him some insight. Over the next few days, the embodiment remained in the same state as before. His aura from underground was stuck in a loop of strengthening and weakening. Yang Kai really couldn't understand this strange situation. Logically, the embodiment should have failed if he had not been able to make a breakthrough even after such a long time, and the price of failure was that his cultivation would fall or he would die. There were no other possibilities than these. But according to Yang Kai's perception, not only was the embodiment not in any danger, but he even had the feeling that it had merged with Cloud Shadow Continent and was in a kind of deep sleep. and the strengthening and weakening of his aura was just like him breathing. Naturally, such a long-lasting abnormality alerted many of Cloud Shadow's demon kings. Hien, Lao Ku, Kusan, and the others all came to investigate, but were all stopped 1,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, Yang Kai noticed their arrival and took the initiative to contact them. Only then could they feel a little more at ease. After all, they were extremely worried when they saw such an abnormal situation arise on Cloud Shadow, and they had no idea what was happening. Now that they had confirmed that it was related to Yang Kai, they immediately relaxed. Compared to this, Yang Kai's sudden and safe return surprised them even more. Previously, the divine spirits of Hundred Spirits Continent had appeared to abduct him. No one knew what was going to happen to Yang Kai after that, and they had no news whatsoever for the past few months. They could only confirm through Tu Luo and the other statuses that Yang Kai was still alive. The 3 demon kings from Blue Plains continent had Yang Kai's soul imprint in their knowledge seas. So if anything happened to Yang Kai, they would surely accompany him to the next life. There was no way they could be spared. Since he had nothing to do here either, Yang Kai decided to move 1,000 kilometers away to meet up with them. Asking about the situation, he learned that nothing special had happened in Cloud Shadow continent recently. On the other hand, many people were worried about him when he had been abducted, especially Li Shiqing, who was constantly trying to persuade Hien and the others to gather Cloud Shadow strength to save him from the Hundred Spirits continent. Of course, it was impossible for Hien and the others to agree to such a thing. As members of the demon race, they knew the terrifying heritage of the Hundred Spirits continent. It was not something that a mere Cloud Shadow continent could challenge by themselves. A single half-saint from Hundred Spirits continent would be enough to destroy the entire Cloud Shadow continent. This wasn't about loyalty, it was about ability. Since she was unable to persuade Hien, Li Shiqing had tried to make her way towards Enchantment Continent to ask for Yu Rumeng's assistance. Fortunately, Boya stopped her. This surprised Yang Kai. After all, he had never treated her well, and even slapped her when they first met. But remembering that they were the only 2 humans here in the demon realm, Yang Kai reasoned that Li Shiqing more or less must have felt a connection with him, so it wasn't that difficult to understand why she would have made such a decision. If something happened to him, then she would truly become isolated in the demon realm. No matter how bad his attitude was towards her, they were still of the same race. While Hien and the others talked, Zhui Feng was flying up and down at the side, drawing the attention of many demons. Only these demons did not recognize Zhui Feng and simply thought that this mount was quite good. Their great king actually took a mount from the Hundred Spirits continent. This surprised Hien and the others. It seemed now that their great king did not suffer any harsh treatment. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. Even though he had never seen other half-saints make a breakthrough before, Yang Kai was sure that absolutely no one would take such a long time in order to achieve this process. Yang Kai estimated that the embodiment was probably a first. Every day remained unchanged, repeating the same situation over and over again, giving one the illusion that time was repeating itself. On a certain day 2 whole months later, when the embodiment's aura reached its peak, it no longer dropped like before. Instead, it seemed like it was going to continue climbing. Yang Kai didn't notice the difference at first. After all, he had been following this situation for 2 months without noticing any changes. Who could have guessed that a change would suddenly happen at such a time? It wasn't until the embodiment's aura broke through its previous limit and reached new heights that Yang Kai woke with a start and showed a look of surprise. Hien and the others had clearly sensed the change as well, and they all looked at him questioningly. The embodiment's growing aura didn't seem like it was going to fall back on itself. Instead, it continued to rise, climbing higher, higher, and higher again. Finally, at a certain moment, a loud noise sounded, as if something had been shattered. Then the rising aura reached a peak. At once, world energy converged like a tsunami towards the ground before being swallowed up. Half-saint, Lauka muttered under his breath with excitement on his face. After 2 months of waiting and observing, even without Yang Kai's explanation, they could tell that someone was making a breakthrough to the next great realm, and the one who was breaking through must have a close relationship with Yang Kai. Right now, this aura undoubtedly meant that the person who was breaking through had succeeded. In other words, Cloud Shadow Continent had their own half-saint from now on. No longer did they have to play to the tune of others anymore. If Cloud Shadow had a half-saint back then, they would not have been bullied by you saying. But who is this person, and when did they refine Cloud Shadow's source? Faced with the curious glances from the side, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining. Currently, Yu Meng was the only one in the demon realm who knew about the embodiment's existence. Now that he had broken through to the half-saint realm and was suitable to be used as a secret weapon, it would naturally be best for Yang Kai to keep his existence a secret for as long as he could. Yang Kai still remembered that Yu Sang was eyeing him. Even though he had been sent to the Two Worlds battlefield, who knew whether Yu Sang would come back in the future? Only now that he had the embodiment, Yang Kai was no longer worried about that guy. The aura of the newly advanced half-saint gradually disappeared, to the disappointment of Lao Ku and the others. They were hoping to be able to meet the new half-saint, but from this, they could tell that the other party had no intention of showing themselves, so they had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, they could be sure that this newly advanced half-saint had a good relationship with their great king, so there may be a chance to meet them in the future. After telling Lao Ku and the others to wait in place, Yang Kai flew 1,000 kilometers away to look for the embodiment that was burrowing out of the ground. Their eyes met and Yang Kai revealed a look of surprise. That was because the embodiment seemed to have grown smaller. Even though the embodiment could freely alter his size, he usually maintained his most comfortable state. Due to him refining Hua's source, his body had shrunk to about 10 meters in height during normal times, but now he seemed to be only the size of an average person. Although embodiment had gotten smaller, that did not mean his strength had gotten weaker. On the contrary, it was a symbol of his strength becoming more condensed than before. The characteristics of a Hua that used to be obvious had also undergone some drastic changes. The stone spikes protruding from the surface of his body were gone. Lumps of rock piled up high against each other to form well-defined muscles that were filled with explosive strength. An evil fire could vaguely be seen between the cracks of his stone body, and the demon chi wrapped around him was extremely dense. Perhaps it was because embodiment had just advanced into the next realm, but he could not wield his power as he pleased yet. Yang Kai could clearly feel the half-saint aura coming from embodiment. It was a strength that far surpassed a demon king or an emperor realm master. Unfortunately, he had nothing to compare it with. He couldn't discern whether there were any gaps in strength between embodiment and those older master half-saints. With a surge of his divine sense, Yang Kai placed embodiment back into the small sealed world to allow him to stabilize his cultivation. Then, he returned to meet with He-In and the others. He was in no hurry. Riding Zhui Feng, he led a group of demon race members and advanced toward Cloud Shadow City with great vigor. The end of the one-year period agreement between him and Bright Moon was fast approaching. Besides, the dust had settled regarding embodiment's affairs. It was time for him to visit Enchantment Continent and look for Yu Meng. Yu Meng would be the first to know if anything had happened to Bright Moon. If he stayed beside her, he could receive news about the situation on Eternal Sky Continent in advance and come up with a plan sooner. While Yang Kai was mulling over those thoughts, he saw a member of the demon race racing toward him from a distance. When the demon came closer, he revealed himself and seemed faintly startled to see Yang Kai in the lead. Still, he cupped his fists politely. "Greetings, great king." "Greetings, sirs." Yang Kai nodded lightly and looked down at him arrogantly. "What's the matter?" That member of the demon race was just a demon great general. From the looks of things, he had flown over from Cloud Shadow City. He bowed and replied, "Great king, according to the reports from our spies, all continents in the demon realm are urgently dispatching troops. The half-saints are also being deployed one after the other. There seems to be something going on, but we don't know the reason behind it. In order to locate Bright Moon's whereabouts, Yang Kai had assembled a lot of manpower from Cloud Shadow Continent and Blue Plains Continent and scattered them across all the continents of the demon realm to gather information. Despite already knowing Bright Moon's location, he never ordered his spies to withdraw. Instead, they continued to send various reports from other parts of the demon realm back to Cloud Shadow City. When they recently discovered the anomalies occurring across the other continents as though something major was about to happen, it was only natural for them to report the findings immediately. Lao Ke frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Did something happen on the Two Worlds battlefield?" All the continents were dispatching their troops and many half-saints were being sent out, one after another. It was obvious that something big was happening. Aside from changes in the war, there shouldn't be anything else that could cause such a huge commotion in the demon realm. The demon great general shook his head. I don't know. But what? But the half-saints seemed to be heading toward the Eternal Sky Continent and not the Two Worlds battlefield. Eternal Sky Continent? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lowering his body slightly, he stared at the demon great general in front of him. Are you sure they are heading to the Eternal Sky Continent? The demon great general faltered slightly under that unrelenting stare. Swallowing nervously, he answered, That is what the spies reported. I heard that millions of troops from several continents have already amassed outside the territory gates of the Eternal Sky Continent. That undoubtedly meant that something had occurred in the Eternal Sky Continent. The first thing that Yang Kai thought of was Bright Moon. It really is. Whatever I worry about will always come true. I was just planning to head to the Enchantment Continent to visit you, Ru Meng too. Bright Moon had been heavily wounded and was trapped on Eternal Sky Continent as a result. Not only was there a magnificent spirit array arranged there, but there was also a demon saint personally guarding that location. The demon race did not hesitate to sacrifice all the living creatures across the entire Eternal Sky Continent in an effort to increase the power of the spirit array to keep Bright Moon in the demon realm forever. However, nobody could have imagined that Yang Kai would secretly sneak in and leave Bright Moon with 3 leaves from the immortal tree. Hence, Bright Moon had recovered completely within a year with the help of those leaves. Even if Bright Moon was still on his own, he was no longer the same weak lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A great emperor at his peak and a severely wounded great emperor were 2 different existences altogether. On this point, the demon saints had miscalculated, and they were going to pay a heavy price for this miscalculation. The deployment of troops from all the continents and the dispatching of so many half-saints were the best indication. Those signs clearly indicated that a battle had broken out on Eternal Sky Continent, and the demon saints had clearly discovered that the situation was vastly different from what they had expected. Why else would they need to mobilize so many people as reinforcement? Based on Bright Moon's previous condition, he would only have gotten weaker and weaker with time. The power of Xueli and the spirit array alone would have been enough to doom Bright Moon for all eternity. Pay attention to the news in this place 1 year from now. Don't forget to rush over if any changes occur here, as I still have something to tell you. Bright Moon's words echoed in Yang Kai's ears. A moment later, Yang Kai nudged Jue Feng with his knees, turned around, and galloped toward the nearest territory gate. Great King, where are you going? Lao Ku exclaimed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to those words. Riding Jue Feng, he had already disappeared out of sight. He and Lao Ku, who were left behind, looked at each other. They didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Before they could figure out the situation, though, Yang Kai, who had just disappeared into the distance, returned with a dreadfully solemn expression on his face. His arrival was accompanied by a command: quickly summon all the combat power in Cloud Shadow Continent and Blue Plains Continent and follow me to battle at Eternal Sky Continent. Arriving at Eternal Sky Continent alone was a bit too conspicuous, on the other hand. Bringing some people along with him would give him an excuse to explain himself if anybody questioned him. In any case, everybody was converging at Eternal Sky Continent, so Cloud Shadow Continent was simply following their lead. Are we going to the Eternal Sky Continent too? Lao Ku looked surprised. He looked up at Yang Kai and asked, Great King, what is happening at Eternal Sky Continent? Why did he become so impatient when he heard this odd piece of news? Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and gather the forces. Kusan hesitated. But, Great King, we didn't receive any orders to. Are you refusing to obey this king's orders? Yang Kai looked at Kusan coldly. In response, Kusan immediately swallowed the rest of his sentence. A short while later, many of the demon race split up and headed in all directions to spread word of Yang Kai's orders. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was feeling extremely impatient. He couldn't wait to fly over to Eternal Sky Continent to see how Bright Moon was doing. Unfortunately, all he could do was wait patiently. In any case, the battle between a great emperor and a demon saint would not be decided in such a short time, so it was pointless for Yang Kai to rush there. There was no way for him to interfere in a battle of that level with his current strength. If Bright Moon wanted to get himself out of trouble, then he could only rely on himself. More importantly, Xianxia had no idea how Bright Moon was going to get in touch with him. There were so many eyes around and under the watch of so many demon saints. Not even the slightest disturbance would escape their gaze. It was not long before both Cloud Shadow Continent and Blue Plains Continent were in an uproar. Many demon race masters were being mobilized, heading towards a certain territory gate that was set as the marshalling point. 3 days later, 1,000,000 troops from Cloud Shadow Continent had gathered. The dismal turnout was due to the need for expediency. If they had enough time, they could have gathered a few times more than this. After all, the population of an entire continent was quite large. The 1,000,000 troops passed through the territory gate in great procession, the long line of soldiers stretching out into the distance with no end in sight. By the time they stepped across the boundary of Blue Plains Continent and marched toward the location of the next territory gate, Tu Chaluo, Ba Jia and the others had already arrived with another 1,000,000 troops and were waiting there quietly. When both parties converged, the army under Xianxia's command numbered over 2,000,000 in total. Xianxia had less than 50,000 people at his back when he defended Tiger Roar City initially. There was a multiple times difference in numbers between then and now. The army looked rather messy with so many people. Fortunately, with many demon kings assisting, none of the weaker soldiers dared step out of line, so it was not a hassle to manage the situation. The army marched forward, but needless to say, it was not as fast as traveling alone. Xianxia estimated that it would take at least half a month before he arrived at Eternal Sky Continent with these 2,000,000 people in tow. I hope Bright Moon will be fine. Passing through one territory gate after another, the army continuously marched towards Eternal Sky Continent. At the same time, Xianxia calmed down as the days went by and his initial impatience and anxiety were no longer present. He had made up his mind. When the time came for him to reveal his true intentions, he decided to use Zhui Feng's speed to escape with Bright Moon. As for whether they could actually get away, that would be up to the heavens to decide. Besides, he wasn't sure if Zhui Feng would cooperate with him. Although they now shared a close relationship, this guy was sentient and might not be willing to leave the demon realm with him. The blood sea churned in Eternal Sky Continent. 12 blood-colored pillars that looked like spikes the heavens had nailed to the ground turned the vast area into an unbreakable cage. Outside the blood sea cage, the demon chi of many blood demons surged, increasing the power of the Red Ocean. In addition, countless members of the demon race were stationed outside the cage to prevent any unexpected mishaps. Among them, there were more than 10 half-saints alone. However, the current situation was a little different from what Xianxia had seen when he was last here. The biggest difference was that the demons who had continuously thrown themselves into the blood sea were gone. All the living creatures across the entire Eternal Sky Continent had been sacrificed. Consequently, the power of the blood sea had been elevated to the extreme, causing it to look like it was boiling. It churned endlessly and continuously emitted huge bubbles. Inside the blood sea, countless souls wandered around while letting out bursts of cries and howls. It was extremely disquieting. The roaring and rushing power of the blood sea suddenly came pouring out, followed by an invisible jarring force that dispersed in all directions. At the same time that a muffled noise sounded, the blood demons gathered around the blood sea exploded into a blood mist without a word. There was not even a bone left of their body. When the members of the demon race creating a blockade in the surroundings saw this, their expressions revealed fear and panic. The vacant spots were quickly filled by other blood demons as they continued to maintain the power of blood sea. Unfortunately, this method could not be kept up for long. The blood demons that could participate in this task had to be at least demon great generals. The blood demon clan might be a huge clan with a large population spread across the entire demon realm, but even they could not withstand such depletion of manpower. If things continued in this manner, the middle to upper-level blood demons would all fall. In the worst case, it would cause the entire clan to weaken as a result. 10 breaths later, another tumultuous burst of power came surging out of the depths of the blood sea. It was just that it was not an invisible jarring force that came this time, but rather a burst of dazzling white light instead. Several tunnels of nothingness formed in the blood sea everywhere the white light passed. Everything along its path was erased and the blood waters all vaporized. The members of the demon race that were touched by the white lights died on the spot without even a sound. Xueli had a cold expression as he stood on top of one of the blood-colored pillars. His long, blood-colored hair flapped behind him and his scarlet eyes were filled with a fury that threatened to burst out in flames. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Bright Moon, you court death." Bright Moon should have been severely wounded, offering up all the living beings in Eternal Sky Continent as blood sacrifices should have consumed the rest of his remaining energy. After such a long time, he should have gotten increasingly weaker to the point where he collapsed dead to the ground with no strength left to fight back and then been devoured by the world principles of the demon realm. So, why was he still capable of resisting? Furthermore, judging by the fallout of his attack, his aura was more stable and more powerful than before he had been trapped in this place. He even gave off a slight impression that he had been restored to his peak. What happened? Where did it go wrong? Xueli's expression was cold and stern. He simply couldn't figure it out. Bright Moon's injuries were known to all. Before he had been trapped in this place, he had been wounded by several demon saints working together. In fact, the injury in his abdomen had been personally inflicted by Xueli. To that end, Xueli even went so far as to use a secret technique that wounded the enemy greatly while inflicting serious damage to himself. He was certain that nobody else in the world could treat that level of injury aside from him. As one of the great emperors of the star boundary, Bright Moon would certainly not lack elixirs for healing purposes. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of my secret technique is not something that can be thwarted by mere spirit pills. Xueli was tempted to plunge into the depths of the blood sea to check on Bright Moon's current condition with his own eyes. However, there was a circle of pure land filled with a gentle light that blocked out the power of the spirit array at the bottom of the blood sea in which Bright Moon could act as he pleased. This prevented Xueli from seeing what was going on inside. Since he couldn't see inside, he could only take action to verify the situation for himself. He would definitely be made into a huge laughingstock if word got out that he allowed countless blood demons to be slaughtered by the opponent despite personally guarding this place. While shouting, Xueli raised both hands and his long, slender body shuddered slightly. A majestic wave of demon chi rushed out. The boiling and churning blood sea instantly experienced an eerie moment of calm as though a large, invisible hand had suppressed all its movements. In the next moment, the blood sea suddenly began whirling clockwise, creating a whirlpool of enormous force. A huge blood vortex appeared in the middle of those 12 blood-colored pillars in the blink of an eye. That blood vortex was crimson all over and could clearly be seen even from thousands of kilometers away. It was as though the full moon in the sky had been dyed red and came falling down to the ground. At the same time, it gave off a feeling of unspeakable horror, as though the world was about to end. Traces of a faint white light flickered in the center of the blood vortex. It was the only pure land that Bright Moon had formed by pushing out the blood sea with his supreme cultivation. It was a pity that the area covered by this pure land was almost imperceptible compared to the size of the entire blood vortex. Blood shadows the size of a palm formed inside the blood sea. Upon a closer look, one would discover that the blood shadows were actually blood-colored bats. Those blood-colored bats rushed towards the pure white land like an avalanche that blotted out the sky under Xueli's control. Unfortunately, they turned to dust and disappeared the moment they came into contact with that gentle moonlight. There was an overwhelming number of blood-colored bats that were being formed and destroyed at a constant rate. Be that as it may, they couldn't weaken the light of that pure land in any way whatsoever regardless of how many there were. Xueli's expression darkened even more. There was no need to try again. He could already tell that Bright Moon's condition had improved greatly, and even if he hadn't fully healed, the difference wouldn't be much. As expected, a great emperor cannot be underestimated. It was originally believed that the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array combined with the blood sea formed from all the living creatures of Eternal Sky Continent would be enough to make Bright Moon disappear forever, but it seemed the heavens had other plans. It was shocking that Bright Moon still had the strength to fight back. The original plan is no longer feasible. We can only make adjustments to the plan as we go. At that thought, Xueli's scarlet eyes flashed with determination. Casting secret techniques with both hands, the demon chi around his body surged powerfully and the blood vortex simultaneously began spinning faster. The indescribably high speed of rotation created a tornado. Looking down from above, the world below looked like a spinning top that threatened to rotate the entire eternal sky continent along with it. The blood demons surrounding the spirit array drew back quickly, lest they were dragged in and became collateral damage under Xueli's control. Various blood creatures were formed from the blood sea in endless waves. These creatures rushed towards the pure land, only to dissipate into nothingness when they came in contact with the white light. The blood sea had strong corrosive properties, but the gentle light had an unparalleled purifying effect. It was a battle between corrosion and purification. Bright Moon and Xueli were natural enemies. When their respective grandaos collided with each other, a brilliant flare of light that eclipsed all others in the world flashed. As time passed, the volume of the blood vortex gradually grew smaller. On the other hand, there were no changes to the pure land. There were no signs of it being reduced in any way. Many half-saints and members of the demon race watched the battle from afar, feeling incredibly pained. That blood vortex was the accumulation of all the living creatures of Eternal Sky Continent that had been offered up as blood sacrifices. In other words, Xueli was using the energy formed from all the living of Eternal Sky Continent to clash with Bright Moon. Each reduction in volume represented the sacrifice made by millions of the demon race. Unfortunately, it was still unknown whether the outcome was worth the price they were paying. On the other hand, Xueli's expression did not change whatsoever even after he launched his attack. The shrinking blood vortex did not affect him in any way. In his opinion, it didn't matter if the blood vortex in front of him disappeared. Even if he had to sacrifice the living creatures of 2 or 3 more continents, it would still be worth it if he could weaken and suppress Bright Moon again. There were hundreds of continents in the demon realm, but only 12 demon saints. If he could use all the living creatures of the 2 or 3 continents to gain another demon saint position for the demon realm, then it was not a bad deal. In any case, he was only sacrificing the living creatures on the continent and not the continent itself. Those low-rank members of the demon race were nothing to the demon saints. The demon realm might not have much, but its population was enormous. Xueli would simply need to migrate some of the demons from the other continents to those continents that were involved in the sacrifice and give them enough time to restore themselves to their former glory. The air was filled with an endless sizzling sound that even drowned out the sounds made by the rotation of the blood vortex. It was naturally the sound of the blood waters being purified by the light Bright Moon created. The light that used to glow faintly was growing stronger and stronger inside the crimson blood vortex, seemingly as though the pure land was expanding as the volume of the blood vortex was decreasing. Xueli's scarlet eyes finally flashed with a hint of surprise. He had been certain that Bright Moon had recovered somewhat, but now he could be sure that Bright Moon was either back in peak condition or had used some sort of secret technique to forcefully stabilize his injuries. Otherwise, it was impossible for Bright Moon to display such might. I can't let this situation be dragged out any longer. Judging from the current situation, things would only get worse the longer this went on. As the person responsible for guarding this place, I will surely be disgraced if Bright Moon escapes from here. Xueli suddenly raised his foot and stomped abruptly on the blood-colored pillar under his feet. Following that, an invisible force spread along the blood-colored pillar and extended to the other 11 in a flash. The tall pillars that acted as the base of the spirit array and had always been somewhat unremarkable suddenly shone with a strange light. At the same time, the complicated patterns engraved on the pillars gradually began to move. Then, 11 streams of blood water split off from the center of the blood vortex and were absorbed by the blood-colored pillars. The blood water flowed along the pillars, spreading from the bottom all the way to the top and condensing into blood-colored figures at the top. 11 blood-colored pillars and 11 blood-colored figures. There was exactly one blood-colored figure standing on top of each of the blood-colored pillars, and including Xueli, this formed the strongest array in the entire demon realm. The 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array. These blood-colored figures were highly varied. Some were tall and some were short. Some were male and some were female. Their bodies were constructed from the blood waters, and they had distinct features with bright eyes. In addition, each of the blood-colored figures was emitting a different aura, and each aura was that of a demon saint. These 12 figures atop the pillars represented the 12 most powerful existences in the demon realm. It was just that, aside from Xueli, the other 11 saints were manifestations based around soul wisps. All the demon saints had sealed a part of their soul into the base that made up the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array. It was so that the person in control of the spirit array could use a secret technique to awaken the soul wisps to enhance the power of the spirit array during emergencies. For example, now, among those figures, both Yu Rumeng and Bei Liemo stood out impressively. Xueli, what is going on? One of the tall figures glanced around. Then, he turned to look at Xueli and asked the question. Can't you tell from the current situation? That bastard Bright Moon played all of us. Damn it! A hoarse voice mixed with anger rang out from another direction. Even if these figures were only manifestations, the demon saints were no fools. They instantly understood the situation at a glance. Bright Moon had the strength to fight back against the blood vortex conjured by Xueli. That was clearly not the final struggles of a dying man that they had expected. Rather, it was a person looking for a chance to break free. Xueli, you were too careless. You can't even watch over a guy rendered half-dead? What a useless waste. A short figure gave off a weird laugh. This person was very conspicuous among the 12 demon saints because of his short stature that was only about the height of a 5- or 6-year-old child. In contrast, his body shape was very round. The combination made him look very strange. Nevertheless, his aura felt the most dangerous among all 12 demon saints. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. As soon as those words left his mouth, many demon saints furrowed their brows in response. It was undeniable that Xueli held some responsibility for this situation. If he had noticed Bright Moon's condition a little earlier, they might have been able to avoid the current situation. However, it was not entirely Xueli's fault either. If a Star Boundary Great Emperor was that easy to kill, then they would not have spent so much energy laying out such a complex trap in the first place. Rather, if anybody else had been guarding this place instead, they might have fared even worse than Xueli. After all, Xueli was part of the Blood Demon clan. Only the Blood Demons could draw out the full power that came from sacrificing all the living creatures of an entire continent. Unfortunately, somebody had to take the blame in this situation. When the short little man's words rang out, Xueli turned to look at him and grinned savagely. Huobo, who gave you the courage to talk to this king in that tone? Have you forgotten the pain from the beating this king gave you 10,000 years ago? Do you want another taste? If so, this king doesn't mind teaching you another lesson. The demon saint called Huobo jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. His already round body seemed to expand further, and the dangerous aura around him became even more dangerous. How dare you mention what happened 10,000 years ago? If you didn't cheat back then, this king would not have been humiliated in such a manner. Xueli sneered. It was your own naivete and stupidity. How can you blame me for that? A brain is certainly a good thing to have. It's a pity not everybody has one. Despite being demon saints, they still had their respective strengths and weaknesses. It wasn't just the case for the demon saints of the demon realm. The same went for the great emperors of the Star Boundary. For example, Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor and Wondrous Pill Great Emperor would certainly be no match for the other great emperors if it came down to a fight. Those two had never been known for their combat abilities. Among the 10 great emperors, the one with the highest combat capabilities was probably Iron Blood Great Emperor, which was apparent just from the title of Iron Blood that he held. The dispute between Xueli and Huobo dated back to 10,000 years ago. Although the exact situation was unclear, it was easy to figure out from their conversation that this demon saint by the name of Huobo had suffered a great humiliation at the hands of Xueli 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, why would the two of them still remember the incident so clearly even though so many years had passed? Arg! That simple exchange between them instantly made Huobo jump with rage. He flipped out on top of that blood-colored pillar, gritting his teeth and shouting, Xueli! I'm going to kill you. Xueli coldly snorted, You're just a trivial soul manifestation in this place. Do you think I don't dare to destroy you? Huobo fell into a fuming silence. The feud between him and Xueli was a known fact. He had wanted to take advantage of this incident to ridicule the other party. But the other demon saints would not stand up for him even if his soul manifestation was destroyed in this place. Furthermore, he could not avoid taking some damage if his soul manifestation was damaged. Be that as it may, he felt extremely upset to remain quiet after being threatened by Xueli. Fortunately, somebody stepped up at this moment to smooth things over for all of them. That's enough. Stop quarreling. You can settle your grievances with each other in private. What's important right now is Bright Moon. The demon who spoke had a pair of wings behind her back. She seemed to be from the same clan as Boya and was most likely a demon saint from the Feather Demon clan. Turning her head, she looked around while enunciating each word clearly and coldly. Do we kill? Or not? It wasn't as though the demon saints were incapable of killing Bright Moon here and now. They had the perfect opportunity to kill him when he was heavily injured previously. However, their plan at the time had been to let the demon realm consume Bright Moon. Not only would that allow the demon realm to gain a new spot for a demon saint, it would also forever reduce the number of great emperors the star boundary could produce. That was the reason why they had set up this grand spirit array and offered up billions of living beings as blood sacrifices. Unfortunately, their plans had backfired on them. Now that Bright Moon had the strength to break free of their cage, their original plans were no longer feasible. They had no choice but to come up with another course of action. Nobody could provide an answer to the question raised by the demon saint of the Feather Demon clan. If they killed Bright Moon, then all their previous efforts would be in vain. All the demons of Eternal Sky Continent would have died for nothing. On the other hand, only the heavens knew how much damage the struggles of a great emperor forced into a corner would cause if they did not kill him quickly. It was a huge dilemma even for the demon saints. Silence fell over them. The only sound among them was the endless sizzling that was created as the pure white light purified the blood waters without pause. A short while later, many of them cast their gazes at a tall figure. It was as though this demon saint held great prestige among them all and his words could convince everybody. Under their gazes, that demon saint spoke, "Let's try one more time. If it still doesn't work, we'll have to go with our backup plan." The demon saint of the Shadow Demon clan replied, "There is certainly a chance of success with the backup plan, but as we discussed before, our demon race's clansmen might not receive the recognition of the world this way. It's not just that they will die if we fail to receive approval from the world, but the most important thing is that, if we actually go with this plan, many of the half-saints under our command will suffer and possibly even die. It's impossible to expect them to kill a great emperor without paying a heavy price for it." The demon saint of the Sand Demon clan added, "This is a rare opportunity. We should fight for it. Whether our subordinates can obtain the recognition of the world or not will depend on their luck. As for whether they survive or not, I'm sure they are more than willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of their futures. After all, if we were in their place, we would have made the same choice." Many of the demon saints nodded firmly. Even Xueli and Huobo, who disliked each other, agreed on this point. Faced with this situation, the tall demon saint who spoke up earlier declared, "Since there are no objections, then it is settled. Begin." After completing their discussion, the 12 demon saints began activating secret techniques in unison. The 12 blood-colored pillars instantly shone with a blood-red light that flooded the entire world. At the same time, a horrifying aura suddenly burst out from the blood vortex, which had been constantly shrinking, suddenly became reinvigorated with the blessing of the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array. In response, the clean white light was continuously compressed and weakened. In the end, the light disappeared out of sight. The entire process didn't take more than an hour. Even Bright Moon's aura could no longer be detected anymore. Many of the demon saints couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the sight. They previously thought that Bright Moon had somehow recovered completely, but now it would seem that it was nothing but a false alarm. Bright Moon had probably used some sort of sacrificial secret technique to stabilize his injuries and put up a last struggle. It was a pity that he had underestimated the power of the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array. If it really had been just Xueli alone here, then he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the spirit array could summon the soul manifestations of the other demon saints at any time to provide a power boost. It could only be said that his attempt to escape had ended in failure, and he was destined to die in the demon realm. At this rate, they could fall back on the original plan again. Bright Moon would gradually weaken and be absorbed by the demon realm, but as many of them relaxed their guard, Xueli's expression abruptly changed and he roared, "Watch out!" Unlike all the rest of the demon saints who were only here as soul manifestations, he was actually present. Therefore, his perception and senses were naturally sharper than the others. Combined with his identity as a blood demon, he had the greatest insight on the changes occurring inside the blood vortex and could detect even the slightest changes it underwent. At that moment, Bright Moon's aura, which had been extinguished previously, suddenly erupted back to life. Moreover, his aura expanded at a speed that even caught Xueli off guard. The weakness Bright Moon displayed before had been nothing more than a ruse to make his enemies lower their defenses. At that moment, Xueli's mind was clearer than ever before. A look of realization flashed in his eyes, so this is what he was planning. No wonder he stayed quiet even though he clearly had the strength to escape. He was putting pressure on me on purpose. He wanted me to summon the others. He intends to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Strong as the demon saints might be, they would still suffer quite a bit if their soul manifestations were destroyed. It would take them many years before they could recover from the effects, and that period when they were recuperating would be the best time for Bright Moon to escape. When that happened, the only one with enough strength to stop him would be Xueli. The rest of the demon saints would inevitably be restrained by the injuries to their souls. Although they were enemies standing on opposite sides, Xueli couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for Bright Moon at this moment. The actual physical bodies of the other demon saints were already on the way here, and it wouldn't take more than a few days for them to gather at Eternal Sky Continent. If everything went according to plan, Bright Moon would not have been able to even dream of escaping the demon realm even if he had overwhelming power that surpassed the heavens. However, with what he was about to do, the other demon saints might not have the strength to stop him even if they rushed here in time. Inside the crimson blood vortex, a small light suddenly lit up like a lamp in the night. That brightness increased at an alarming speed, and in a short time it appeared as though the sun itself was sealed within the blood vortex. The blood vortex shone brightly with a strange white incandescence. As the light grew increasingly stronger, a terrifying force poured out of the blood vortex. Aside from Xueli, the faces of the other 11 demon saints were filled with shock and fury. The dazzling incandescence broke through the seals of the blood vortex and spread outward in all directions. Everywhere that the white light passed, the blood waters evaporated away, and the enormous blood vortex only held out for 3 breaths before it dissipated into nothingness. The clean white light contained a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering murderous intent as its remaining power swept towards the place where the demon saints stood without diminishing in the slightest. The speed of the light was unimaginably fast, so fast that even the soul manifestations of the demon saints failed to notice it until it was right in front of them. The first soul manifestation to be shrouded by that white light only had time to let out a shrill scream before exploding and disappearing. At the same time, a figure in a certain continent somewhere that was rushing towards Eternal Sky Continent groaned and fell out of the sky. Fortunately, the half-saints around him reacted quickly and supported him with their demon chi, otherwise he would definitely become the butt of all jokes. Immediately following that, a second scream rang out. Then a third. "In your dreams?" Xueli roared. He had already come up with a countermeasure in that short interval. As he shouted, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mist of blood to his left. The blood mist spread out swiftly, came to the nearest blood-colored pillar in the blink of an eye, and enveloped the soul manifestation standing there. Immediately following that, the white light struck. Fortunately, the white light was offset by the blood mist that enveloped that soul manifestation, allowing it to escape unscathed. As the white light gradually faded, its terrifying power slowly subsided. The figure of a young man was eventually revealed to be standing in the spot where the enormous blood vortex was originally located. That person's complexion was jade-like, brave, and heroic. He was dressed in white clothes that were spotlessly clean. Stepping out of his prison, he looked at Xueli quietly with a calm smile on his face. Xueli's gaze landed on Bright Moon's abdomen for a moment before his pupils abruptly shrank. "The wound is gone. He's fully recovered." After that, he turned to look to the side and saw Huabo, the only remaining survivor, and his facial muscles twitched in response. When Bright Moon attacked just now, Xueli could only protect one other person. It was impossible for him to stop Bright Moon from escaping with his strength alone, and he didn't think about anything else at that moment. Only now did Xueli realize that the person he protected was none other than Huobo. Just looking at that oaf's expression makes me want to spit up blood. Nevertheless, now was not the time to care about such details. The blood sacrifice technique has been broken and the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array has become a hollow joke due to a moment of carelessness. Right now, the only ones that can stop Bright Moon are Huobo and I. Get here quickly, Xueli growled at Huobo. Then, he turned his head and focused all his attention on Bright Moon, who was slowly approaching. He might not be afraid of a great emperor, even one in peak condition, but he could not delay Bright Moon for long either if the latter was intent on escaping. It had taken several demon saints working together at that time just to injure and trap Bright Moon here. If Huobo took too long to arrive, everything would be over. Needless to say, Huobo understood this too. He turned and glared at Bright Moon hatefully before his figure dissolved into a pool of blood that vanished into the blood-colored pillar. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, the actual Huobo was rushing toward Eternal Sky Continent with all his might. The mountains and rivers shuddered, space collapsed, the continent was broken into pieces, and incomparably huge cracks lay across the void like scars that would never heal. Blood-red light and moonlight clashed with each other above the sky. The half-saints and other members of the demon race watched in awe from below. They could not tell how the battle was going as the fiercely colliding Grand Tao had blanketed all traces and blinded their eyes. There was only a continuous flashing of lights in their vision, an endless rumbling in their ears, and the ceaseless quaking of the world energy around them. The aftershocks of the confrontation rippled wildly across the entire continent. As strong as the half-saints were, they suddenly felt extremely insignificant in the face of such power. This was a true battle between a great emperor and a demon saint. Eternal Sky Continent was still in tatters from the last battle, and now that it was going through another similar experience, this continent was basically doomed to destruction. Even with the world principles of the demon realm doing their best to repair things, it was unlikely for it to recover again on its own. Rather, it was easy to imagine that it would be like all the other continents that had disappeared. It would slowly disconnect itself from the demon realm in the next millennia and become completely obliterated in the endless void. Even if the half-saints couldn't catch the specifics of the battle, they could tell that the great emperor from the star boundary was still trying to find a way to escape just by relying on their combat instincts. However, his attempts were being blocked by Xueli. It was impossible for the human to get away for the time being, but that was an extremely normal occurrence. When two people of similar strength fought, there would always be some struggle between the escapee and the captor. Unfortunately, it was undeniable that the former had an advantage over the latter. The captor would have to pay a higher price to achieve their goals. High up in the sky, there was a round moon behind Bright Moon's back that shone with a brilliant, white light. That gentle halo of light illuminated the entire world. Meanwhile, the aura around his body pulsed vibrantly, causing every gesture he made to carry the power to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. Sometimes, Xueli took his human form to perform various secret techniques to display his strength. Other times, he would turn into a blood mist that made his whereabouts very difficult to track. There was no need for him to confront Bright Moon in a life-or-death fight. He only needed to delay the other party's progress and wait for Huobo to arrive. It would then become 2 against 1, giving them a decisive advantage. It was obvious that Bright Moon understood that too. His offensive attacks became fiercer and fiercer, almost to the point of recklessness. What really bothered him was not Xueli who was fighting him. Rather, it was a throbbing feeling in his heart. It felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him quietly from the darkness, one that could strike a fatal blow at any time. If not for his scruples over that, Bright Moon would have gone all out in his struggle with Xueli a long time ago. He tried many times to lure the enemy hiding in the dark to reveal themselves, but his efforts had failed. He didn't know whether it was simply his imagination or whether the enemy was simply concealing themselves extremely well, but the longer he was delayed, the more detrimental it was to him. He could no longer afford to continue delaying, as his best chance of survival was to flee as soon as possible. When the thought crossed his mind, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Forming a set of profound hand seals, the round moon behind Bright Moon suddenly burst with dazzling light, transforming his whole being into a beam of brilliant radiance. With the resolve of facing death in order to carve out a chance to live, he charged toward Xueli. The blood mist in front condensed to reveal Xueli's figure as a trace of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes. Finally, he grit his teeth and the vitality around his body surged. A bright red light illuminated the sky as he stepped forward to meet Bright Moon boldly. "If you want to fight with your life on the line, then I will accept your challenge." His first thought was that it was one of Bright Moon's tricks and he was simply trying to use this method to force him into retreat. This was the demon realm after all, and if Bright Moon was injured once more, he would not be able to escape again. For that reason, Xueli could not afford to retreat in this place. If he did, Bright Moon's plan would succeed. Since he couldn't retreat, he could only fight. However, Xueli's expression soon filled with shock. That was because as he approached, he discovered that Bright Moon had no intention of backing down. Instead, Bright Moon's aura became stronger while at the same time his attack became even more determined. "This bastard really wants to clash with me." Xueli soon rejoiced as he couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Bright Moon, you truly court death." After saying that, he increased his power too. Above the sky, white and red rays of light quickly approached each other before colliding. There was no explosion. At that moment, the entire world fell into a strange silence. It was as chaotic as the dawn of time. However, all those demons who were watching this scene could clearly hear their hearts thumping in their chests. It felt as though they were caught by a giant invisible hand that left them feeling breathless. The two rays of red and white light were stuck in a stalemate in the sky for a moment. Then they crashed, exploded, and the impact seemed to swallow the entire world. All the demons below couldn't help squinting at this moment. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions centered around the collision point as a gust of wind howled past, flattening and shattering many mountains. The two figures were thrown in opposite directions at a speed faster than when they rushed at each other as the entire continent resounded with Xueli's angry roar. "You can't escape, Bright Moon!" Somewhere in the distance, a figure floated up unsteadily. It was none other than Bright Moon Great Emperor who had suffered defeat at Xueli's hands twice. At the moment, his complexion was deathly pale and his hair was disheveled. His white clothes were stained with large patches of red. Nobody could tell whether the blood belonged to him or Xueli. Ignoring his enemy's words though, Bright Moon circulated his Emperor Qi and flew towards the nearest territory gate. At the same time, he reached out his hand, summoned forth an emerald green leaf, put it in his mouth and held it under his tongue. If it weren't for having this leaf of the immortal tree, he would not have dared to use such a method that would injure both parties to escape from Xueli's entanglement. It was precisely because he could fall back on this that Bright Moon could act so resolutely. Xianxia had given him 3 leaves of the immortal tree back then, 2 of which he had used to heal his wounds. Bright Moon had been reluctant to use the last one, saving it just for today in case anything unexpected happened. Now, it would seem that this was a wise decision. He could stabilize his injuries with the leaf of the immortal tree, allowing him to take advantage of the fact that the other demon saints had not arrived. It was a great chance for him to escape from the demon realm during this period. There were 2 remaining territory gates in Eternal Sky Continent, each of which was heavily guarded. Nevertheless, as long as there were no demon saints blocking his path, the other members of the demon race were nothing to him. If he could only pass through the territory gate, he would have won half the battle. It was just that the feeling of being stared at by somebody was still there. It was definitely not just his imagination. There really was an extremely powerful enemy hiding somewhere in the darkness like a hunter watching the movements of their prey. What surprised Bright Moon, though, was that the enemy hiding in the dark did not seem intent on stopping him, even when the territory gate appeared in his vision. He did not let his guard down just because of that, though, as it was well known that the better the hunter, the higher the possibility of them landing a fatal blow at the critical moment. Bright Moon was only a few hundred meters from the territory gate, and with his cultivation, he could cover such a distance in the time it took to blink. But all of a sudden, a powerful aura suddenly appeared from the side and approached him at an incredible speed. It was a demon saint's aura. Moreover, it was an extremely unfamiliar aura. Bright Moon's expression sank. He turned his head to look, only to see a figure with a short and round body that looked like a melon. His entire body seemed to be covered in flames, and he was screaming loudly. Moreover, he made a flurry of odd gestures on the way here. It made him look extremely comical. Is that a red demon? Bright Moon had spent quite a long time in the demon realm, and although he had been imprisoned for the vast majority of it, that did not mean he was clueless about the demon realm. Back then, Xianxia had explained the various customs and culture of the demons to the people of the Star Boundary, focusing on the characteristics and abilities of numerous clans in the demon realm. The memory of the red demons and green demons self-destructing was vivid in Xianxia's mind. Those two clans had been very active in the wars between the two worlds, and many from the Star Boundary had died at their hands. These two demon clans held extremely low status across the entire demon realm. It could be said that they were the lowest existences of them all. They acted as cannon fodder in every war due to their powerful self-destruction ability. Correspondingly, these demons who were essentially cannon fodder had extremely low intelligence and never seemed to have produced any high-level members of the demon race. Be that as it may, Bright Moon was currently looking at a red demon, who was a demon saint. It was no mistake. The person rushing toward him, flailing and yelling at the same time, was exuding the aura of a demon saint. Can a red demon really cultivate to become a demon saint? Despite his impressive mental faculties, Bright Moon couldn't help feeling shocked. Meanwhile, the red demon saint rushing in this direction seemed to have no intention of defending at all. On the contrary, he looked as though he was determined to die together with Bright Moon. What does he plan to do? Bright Moon frowned. This guy can't be like those normal red demons and green demons, right? He can't be throwing himself at me to self-destruct, right? He is a demon saint after all. He can't be attacking with such inferior means. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that he was wrong. This demon really intended to self-destruct. That was because the aura around his body was becoming more and more dangerous as he approached. It felt like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Bright Moon's complexion changed. He turned and glanced at the territory gate that was so close at hand. Gritting his teeth, he retreated quickly. The self-destruction of the most common red demons could produce great damage. Bright Moon simply could not imagine what would happen if a red demon, on par with the demon saint, were to self-destruct. Perhaps even the entire continent will be destroyed from the blast. To his surprise, the figure of the red demon in front of him became distorted as he backed away. The other party suddenly appeared 1,000 meters in front of him in an instant. At such close distance, Bright Moon could clearly see the other party's ugly face, bloated figure, and eyes that looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. It was as if he himself could barely bear the great pressure in his body. The aura that was already dangerous in the first place had become even more horrifying at this moment. Without any hesitation, Bright Moon gestured with both hands to lay down several layers of defense in front of him. He even went so far as to summon the defensive Emperor artifact that he had never used before. A small red light appeared suddenly. Immediately after that, a loud noise that left the entire world buzzing in its wake rang out. The place where the red demon saint was located was instantly shrouded in a dazzling red light. Then, the red light spread out violently in all directions. Everything it touched turned to dust. The layers of defense in front of Bright Moon shattered like paper. Meanwhile, the defensive Emperor artifact was wildly flashing, only enduring for a breath before shattering. Bright Moon's eyes narrowed sharply, maintaining a constant pace of retreat. He continued to lay defenses in front of him. A moment later, the red light disappeared and the world calmed down. He stood in the sky, looking awful. His complexion was as pale as a sheet and blood was trickling out of his ears, nose, and mouth. The destructive power of a red demon saint's self-destruction technique was smaller than he had expected. At the very least, it had not destroyed an entire continent. Nevertheless, it had increased the severity of his injuries. The powerful vitality from the leaf of the immortal tree flowed throughout his body, quickly repairing the wounds in his body. But unfortunately, this was not something that could be done in such a short time. The injuries he received from Xueli in the beginning had taken him 2 leaves and nearly a year to completely heal. Ha 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 ha! Xueli's laughter sounded from afar as he drew nearer by the moment. He was obviously rushing toward this place. Quabo! This is the first time I've ever found you so pleasing to the eye. Protecting Huobo's soul manifestation had brought about an unexpected result. The other demon saints were not weak. In fact, most of them were stronger than Huobo. Be that as it may, if it had been somebody else other than Huobo who came here instead, they might have failed to halt Bright Moon here. After all, Bright Moon had been one step away from the territory gate. Huobo's self-destruction technique was the only thing that could prevent Bright Moon from passing through at that moment. Small spots of red light condensed together, reforming into a short and bloated figure in the blink of an eye. The demon saint's self-destruction had not cost him his life. That was probably an innate divine ability that separated him from the rest of the Red Demon clan. Nevertheless, his current condition was not the best either. The color of his originally crimson body had dimmed noticeably and his aura was weaker too. It was clear that the self-destruction technique had taken quite a toll on him. A divine ability like that could not be used continuously in a short period of time, otherwise it would be fatal for him. Huobo turned his head and looked in Xueli's direction, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he muttered something under his breath. Although nobody could tell what he was saying, it seemed as though he was cursing at somebody. On the other hand, Bright Moon's expression was as calm as water. He sighed. He was not sighing due to his failure. This scenario was still within his expectations. Needless to say, it would have been best if he could break out and escape. However, the demon realm had 12 demon saints. If they truly let him escape, then they shouldn't call themselves demon saints anymore. The situation before was well within his expectations, so there was nothing to regret. My path is filled with thorns and there is only one way forward. I can only kill my way out. Xianxia was feeling extremely anxious. After rushing all the way, he finally arrived at the territory gate leading to Eternal Sky Continent half a month later. From a distance, he could see many members of the demon race gathered in front of the territory gate. He did not know how many people were gathered there. With so many demons around, the place became fairly chaotic as a result. The demon race army scrambled towards the territory gate under the lead of the half-saints, as though something good was waiting for them on the other side. Judging by the current situation, it won't be my turn even after waiting in line for more than 10 days. Xianxia turned around upon seeing this situation and yelled to the back, "Keep up." Tightening his knees around Juefeng, Xianxia rushed towards the territory gate aggressively. Since he wouldn't get a turn if he waited in line, then he simply wouldn't wait in line. Xianxia charged forward violently. Relying on Juefeng's power, he forcefully forged a path through the dense crowd of the demons, as his army of 2 million followed closely behind. It went without saying that his actions attracted the attention of many of the demon race. They turned their heads in this direction and glared furiously. Even so, the entire demon realm was a place where the strong ruled. Although Xianxia clearly wasn't a half-saint, the aura Juefeng exuded was not inferior to a half-saint in any way. Therefore, the average member of the demon race did not dare to raise any objections. After approaching to within 5,000 meters of the territory gate, a figure suddenly floated over and stopped in front of Xianxia. That figure lifted his hands slightly and shouted, "Stop! Move aside! All who block my way will die." Xianxia did not have the time to waste on this person. The battle on Eternal Sky Continent had already begun and Bright Moon's fate remained unknown. Hence, Xianxia was very anxious to check on the situation himself. Even if a demon saint was standing in front of him right now, he would have continued acting rampant, much less a mere half-saint. In fact, Xianxia was glad that somebody had blocked his way. He could make an example out of this person. The embodiment had become a half-saint and Juefeng was one as well. The cards in Xianxia's hands were only getting better and better. Xianxia did not know which clan this half-saint was from, only that his complexion was very sallow. The demon race army passing through the territory gate at this moment happened to be under his command, and it was precisely because of that reason that he stepped forward to stop Xianxia. Otherwise, who would bother to take care of somebody else's affairs? When that half-saint saw Xianxia riding a demon beast with such a powerful aura, he was certain that the latter possessed an influential background. For that reason, he first tried reasoning with Xianxia. Who could have known that Xianxia would reject his kind offer so arrogantly? It immediately made him mad. This guy's aura isn't that strong. Even if he comes from an influential background, it has its limits. Besides, I am a half-saint. Why should I be afraid of others? In his rage, he lifted his hand and struck Yang Kai. An overwhelming wave of demon chi came rushing out, and the air resounded with a deafening voice. "You court death!" The power of a half-saint was nothing to laugh about, and Yang Kai immediately sensed something tightening around his entire body as the aura of death washed over him. Just as he was considering letting the embodiment out though, Zhui Feng neighed. His 4 hooves ignited with golden flames, leaving gold marks behind each step. He immediately appeared in front of that half-saint, reared up on his hind legs, and stomped on him with his front hoofs. It was an unremarkable attack, but even so, it made the half-saint's expression change drastically. He raised his hands above his head with his palms facing outward like he was trying to hold up the sky, the demon chi in his body surging violently. The moment the palms and hooves came into contact with each other, a terrifying force blasted out. The half-saint only managed to hold his ground for a moment before he fell out of the sky like an arrow that had left its string, his figure vanishing out of sight in an instant. Zhui Feng looked like he was going to chase after his opponent, but Yang Kai grabbed his mane to restrain him. Turning around, Yang Kai glared at his surroundings with a cold gaze. "Who else wants to stop me?" All the members of the demon race in the surroundings quickly retreated. Meanwhile, the other half-saints nearby stared at Zhui Feng with frowns on their faces. Then a look of surprise flashed in their eyes as they apparently recognized the beast's origins. Yang Kai had been running around nonstop to help the demon saints repair their territory gates. For that reason, he had gotten to know many half-saints. Be that as it may, none of them could rival Zhui Feng when it came to reputation. The mount that the Master of 100 Spirits continent once used to ride was incredibly famous. It was just that this legendary mount had gradually disappeared from the world's notice following Chang Tian's withdrawal from public life. Nobody could have expected Zhui Feng to reappear again here. Moreover, he was being ridden by somebody who was no more than a mid-rank demon king. Just who was this man? Although the relationship between 100 Spirits continent and the demon realm was tenuous, Zhui Feng's identity was extremely unusual. If anybody dared to harm a single hair on Zhui Feng's head, that person from 100 Spirits continent would definitely come rushing out in a rage and turn the world upside down. Therefore, all the half-saints held their silence when those words came out of Yang Kai's mouth. It wasn't because they were afraid of Yang Kai, but rather that they were worried that they might accidentally injure Zhui Feng during a fight. That would be very bad. What's more, going by the strength Zhui Feng displayed just now, he was undoubtedly an extremely strong existence even among half-saints. It was a pity he was limited by his low sentience, which prevented him from taking on a human form. The sallow-faced half-saint who was sent crashing down by Zhui Feng flew back up again, his expression cold and terrifying. It was extremely embarrassing to be caught off guard in that moment of carelessness. Even so, it was obvious that he had some misgivings since he didn't attack again. Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint and did not provoke the other parry any further. He had enough on his plate as it was, and it would be better if he entered Eternal Sky Continent as soon as possible. Thus, Yang Kai simply shouted to the army under his command, "Let's go!" After saying that, he took the lead and headed towards the territory gate. Lao Ku and the others followed behind him, drenched in cold sweat as they felt incredibly guilty. Yang Kai had the protection of Zhui Feng, so even if a fight broke out, nothing would happen to him. Unfortunately, the same could not be said about them. How many would be left of the army of 2 million if a melee broke out here? Fortunately, the surrounding half-saints had restrained themselves. Afterwards, the army of 2 million shuffled through the territory gate, finishing their transit within half a day as the territory gate was big enough to accommodate many people at once. Despite appearing in different locations, they were all within 1,000 kilometers of each other. Yang Kai spent some time regrouping and reorganizing the army before setting off with great vigor. From time to time, they would feel waves of subtle vibrations coming from somewhere up ahead. The sounds of battle mixed with the fallout of clashes came from the distance. A light loomed on the horizon, indicating that the battle was getting more and more intense. Yang Kai lifted his gaze to look in that direction but couldn't see anything. The actual battlefield was simply too far away. On his way there, he encountered many other demon race armies rushing in that direction, and his heart sank deeper and deeper. The way things stood, it was evident that the demon realm had pulled out all the stops. All the half-saints who remained in the demon realm along with seemingly every member who could fight had been dragged to Eternal Sky Continent. All this just to kill Bright Moon. A strange idea came to Yang Kai's head suddenly. If I could destroy the entire Eternal Sky Continent, then the demon race would suffer a devastating loss that would certainly leave them debilitated for some time. That would also resolve the crisis of the demon realm's invasion into the star boundary in one fell swoop. However, that thought only flitted through his mind for a moment before he gave up on the idea. He did not have the power to pull such a feat off. Passing by a certain mountain range, Yang Kai saw a crowd of people below. An extremely enormous flag was planted on the top of the mountain, one covered in complex patterns that fluttered in the wind. Yang Kai frowned at the sight, and after observing for a moment, he made the army behind him wait and flew down on Jue Feng alone. Someone over there cast a gaze in his direction before he flew up. When their gazes met, that person smiled at Yang Kai slightly and bowed with his hand on his chest. "We meet again, Brother Yang. So it is Brother Baiya. No wonder you seemed so familiar." Yang Kai flew over and looked down on that person from above. Stationed on this mountain was the half-saint under Mo Baiya. Yang Kai had met Baiyu on multiple occasions when he was repairing the territory gates in Mo's territory so they could be considered acquaintances. When Baiya glanced at Jue Feng, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes and he smilingly asked, "Brother Yang, that is an extraordinary mount. Where did you get him?" Yang Kai gave a fake laugh and replied, "I picked him up by the side of the road." The other party had clearly recognized Jue Feng. Thus, asking that question was simply to obtain confirmation. It didn't matter whether he answered the question or not. The corners of Baiya's mouth twitched at those words before he looked back in the direction of the battlefield and asked leisurely, "Brother Yang, did you receive an order from the Holy Venerables to come and try your luck too?" "Try my luck? Try my luck at what? What luck is there here?" Yang Kai was utterly confused. When it came down to it, he had not received any orders whatsoever. He had barged into this place on his own. Not in the position to ask questions though, he simply went with the flow. "That's right. Isn't that the case for you too, Brother Baiya?" Baiya smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Of course, but I'd rather not have come. Unfortunately, it is an order from the Holy Venerables. I can't disobey." Yang Kai nodded. "This place is extremely dangerous after all. It's definitely not a place anybody will want to come to. But why hang your head and sigh when you are already here? The tides might turn in your favor. Who knows? It might be your lucky break now, Brother Baiya." Baiya laughed. "Although I really want to believe in your auspicious words, I know my own capabilities. If a fight breaks out, I won't stand much of a chance." While speaking, he suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai, his eyes brightening as he said, "On the other hand, Brother Yang, you might have a better chance than everybody else." "Better chance at what? What the hell is this guy talking about?" Yang Kai was tempted to just ask to get to the bottom of things, but he had already pretended to understand the situation just now, so he couldn't expose his lies by asking. Thus, he could only pretend to be puzzled. "Brother Baiya, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. If even you don't stand much of a chance, why would you say I'd be able to do it?" "Because you are from the star boundary. You originated from the same place," Baiya replied in a matter-of-fact manner. "What does this have to do with my coming from star boundary?" What does he mean by originating from the same place? Yang Kai was dying to know so badly that it felt as though a cat was scratching his heart with his claws. He was tempted to pry Baiya's mouth open and get all the answers he wanted. Even so, on the surface he pretended as though the realization had dawned on him, "So that's how it is. Haha. I will believe in your auspicious words then, Brother Baiya." Baiya said with a solemn expression, "That might be the case, but if it really comes down to a fight, I will not hold back. If I accidentally harm you in any way, I hope you won't blame me for it, Brother Yang." Yang Kai faked a laugh again. "Our lives are determined by fate, but we determine our future. Seeing as I am already here, that would mean that I have long mentally prepared myself for that possibility." Baiya gently nodded. "You sure are carefree, Brother Yang. Please go ahead with your duties. I might still have to wait here for some time. I will take my leave then." Yang Kai turned Jue Feng around. He took a few steps, then turned around and asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Where should I go?" Baiya stretched out his hand and pointed out, The half-saints under Holy Venerable Rumeng are in charge of guarding that position. You can go there and meet up with the rest of them. So that's how it is. Yang Kai took another look at the flag that was waving in the wind on top of the mountain. A glimmer of realization flashed through his eyes. It would seem that all the half-saints who rushed over from the demon realm had divided the battlefield according to their respective demon saints and formed an encirclement. Each group of half-saints under their respective demon saint was responsible for an area. After saying goodbye to Baya, Yang Kai turned around to gather up his army of 2 million and headed in the direction indicated. Half a day later, Yang Kai saw another big flag on the top of another mountain. The pattern on this flag was exactly the same as the pattern on a token that Yu Rumeng had given him before. Needless to say, this was probably the gathering place for all those under Yu Rumeng. Yang Kai rode Jue Feng and flew low. Scanning the crowd, he did not see any familiar faces among them. Speaking of which, he did not know much about the half-saints under Yu Rumeng. The ones he was most familiar with were Bai Zhua and Yu Sang. He was close with the former and held a grudge against the latter. Although he had met several other half-saints, he did not interact with them much. They only exchanged a few words while repairing the territory gate, so he was not close with them. Meanwhile, the half-saint sitting at the top of this mountain looked very unfamiliar. This man had wide shoulders, a firm torso, and was unusually burly. Most of those in the demon race with such body shapes were either strength demons or stone demons. Yang Kai could not determine which clan this man was from without fighting him. Even so, something surprised him slightly. The half-saint had shot a cold and quiet glance at him when he first flew over, which was immediately followed by a look of disgust and hatred. It was as though the other party had found him rather unpleasant. Yang Kai was at a loss. He didn't understand how he had offended this person either. Whatever the case, this half-saint was in charge of affairs here, so Yang Kai had no choice but to step forward and inquire. When he got closer, he bowed with his hand on his chest. "I am Yang Kai of Cloud Shadow Continent. May I know how I should address you?" That burly half-saint had a cold stare as the corners of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. It would seem that he had no intention of speaking to Yang Kai at all. On the contrary, his gaze was fixed on Jue Feng for the most part. Yang Kai repeated himself, but the other party continued to ignore him. Seeing that, he could be certain now. This guy really didn't like him. The situation utterly baffled Yang Kai, as he was certain this was the first time they were meeting each other, so there should be no conflict between them. Besides, Yang Kai had a close relationship with Yu Rumeng, so even if most of the half-saints under Yu Rumeng were not deferential towards him, they had to maintain a level of civility on the surface at the very least. I wonder what this guy is trying to do by putting on such a disrespectful attitude. There was no reason to repeat himself further though, so having failed to receive any response even after asking twice, Yang Kai didn't bother saying anything else. He glanced around for a bit, nodded lightly, and turned around. Beckoning to the army behind him, he crossed the mountain and continued forward. When Yang Kai left, that burly half-saint summoned a demon king over and whispered into the latter's ear, "Spread the news that the human has appeared. If anybody wants to make a move, they should do it before Holy Venerable arrives." The demon king took the order and left, disappearing out of sight in an instant. "Great king, that was Senior Li just now." After walking a certain distance, Hien spoke up. She had seen Yang Kai being embarrassed back there, so she wanted to explain the reason to him. Yang Kai secretly made a mental note on the name before he frowned and asked, "Did we ever upset that guy before?" Hien shook her head, "No. It's just..." She glanced at him, hesitating to speak. He said, "If you have something to say, just say it straight." She replied, "Senior Li and Sir Yu Sang have a good relationship with each other." Tu Chaluo, who was nearby, also nodded at that. "That's right. Senior Li often came over to drink and chat when Sir Yu Sang was still on Blue Plains continent. Drinking buddies." Realization suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. He looked back and sneered softly. "So it's because of that damned Yu Sang." Yu Sang was sent to the Two Worlds battlefield because of Yang Kai. Up until today, his fate remained unknown. That was a well-known fact. Yu Rumeng had wanted to use that gesture to show all the half-saints under her command just how highly she valued Yang Kai. She could never have expected that her actions would inadvertently bring hatred to him instead. If Di Li and Yu Sang had a good relationship with each other, then it was no surprise that the former held such dislike for Yang Kai. It would be stranger if he was polite and accommodating instead. Therefore, Yang Kai wasn't bothered by it. The main reason was that he wasn't in the mood to entertain such trivialities. Now that he had arrived at Eternal Sky Continent, it was only natural that his focus became fixed on the situation around Bright Moon. Yang Kai didn't go very far. He simply found a mountain valley located some 50 kilometers from the flag and stationed his army there. After that, he rode on Jue Feng and stood high up in the sky, looking into the distance while trying to conceal his worry. Ever since arriving on Eternal Sky Continent, Yang Kai could clearly perceive the fierce battle in the distance that never stopped, not even for a moment. He could infer from the auras fluctuating in the distance that Bright Moon was facing more than one enemy. Bright Moon is outnumbered. I don't know how long he can last, but he should have at least a chance if he only focuses on escaping. At a time like this, Yang Kai was powerless to interfere as he might be torn to shreds by the fallout of the clash before he could even approach the battlefield, hence, he could only wait here and monitor to see if the situation took an unexpected turn. Be that as it may, what seemed a little strange to him was that the 12 demon saints had yet to arrive on the scene. There should be no more than 3 people fighting Bright Moon over in the distance, which begs the question, where were the rest of the demon saints? A huge battle had broken out in this place, so those demon saints should have arrived a long time ago. Where is Yu Ru Meng? I didn't see Bai Liemo anywhere near by yet either. This discovery puzzled Yang Kai a little. After mulling over it, he summoned Lao Ku and ordered him to investigate the situation. The half-saints under Yu Ru Meng were in charge of this area, so it should not be hard to find 1 or 2 familiar faces to ask about the situation. More than a dozen demons set off a moment later, splitting in various directions. Despite waiting for half a day, Yang Kai didn't hear anything back from those groups though, thus he immediately selected a team to come with him and headed in a certain direction. An hour later, Yang Kai met Bai Xia on top of a mountain peak and exchanged a few words of greeting. Yang Kai then asked curiously, "Weren't you sent to the Two Worlds battlefield? When did you return?" If he remembered correctly, Bai Zhuo had mentioned returning to the battlefield some time ago, hence he did not expect to meet him here. Bai Zhuo smiled bitterly. With such a huge commotion going on here, it's only natural that we return. Almost all the half-saints were summoned back while only a few remained behind to maintain a defensive line. Almost all returned? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he couldn't help looking around with a vigilant expression on his face. Upon seeing this, Bai Zhuo laughed. "Don't worry. Yu Sang did not receive a transfer order. He is still on the battlefield." Yang Kai touched his nose and laughed in embarrassment. "I wasn't looking for him." The truth was that he indeed had been looking out for Yu Sang. He could not defend against an ambush from a half-saint, not even with Zhue Feng's protection. Nevertheless, even Bai Zhuo had been transferred back while Yu Sang was left behind. Yu Ru Meng's stance in this matter was very clear. Changing the subject, Yang Kai asked, "Where's Holy Venerable?" Bai Zhuo looked at Yang Kai strangely and countered, "Did you not receive the message from Holy Venerable?" "Yes, I did." Yang Kai lied with a straight face, "But Holy Venerable only informed me to rush over. She didn't say anything else." Bai Zhuo was skeptical, but thinking about how important Yang Kai was to Yu Ru Meng, he decided he had no reason to doubt otherwise. As such, he stopped talking and secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. "Holy Venerable has been injured. She is stabilizing her condition right now." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. "How did she get injured? Are her injuries severe?" Bai Zhuo shook his head. "It probably isn't too serious, as Holy Venerable said. She will definitely rush over. As for how she was hurt..." He raised his gaze and looked into the distance. Then he whispered, "It's probably related to what is happening over there." Yang Kai was excited when he heard this news. "I was worried that Bright Moon was currently outnumbered. But who could have thought that he had already injured Yu Ru Meng? Was he really that powerful?" Holy Venerable Ru Meng is not the only one who was injured. Most of the other Holy Venerables suffered injuries too. Without waiting for Yang Kai to digest the previous piece of news, Bai Zhuo threw out an even more shocking one. Yang Kai stared at Bai Zhuo dumbly with an incredulous expression. He instinctively felt that it was impossible. If Bai Zhuo had claimed that Bright Moon had injured one demon saint under the current circumstances, then it might have made some sense, but injuring 2 or 3, that was simply unrealistic. It wasn't that Yongkai was underestimating Bright Moon, it was just that the demon saints were not weak either. How could they be so vulnerable? Even so, Baizhua had spoken with such great confidence that Yongkai had to believe those words and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Baizhua slowly shook his head. "I don't know the specifics. Holy Venerable didn't say clearly. She only asked me to form a siege around the battlefield and assist the Holy Venerables Xueli and Huobo to prevent the Great Emperor from taking desperate actions." Xueli and Huobo, Yongkai secretly made a mental note on these two names. If he was not mistaken, then these two were the ones currently fighting Bright Moon. It was also consistent with the information he had perceived before, but just what happened in the half-month before he arrived? How did Bright Moon manage to severely injure so many demon saints in one fell swoop? Possessing such power despite being imprisoned for so long, it could only be said that he truly deserved the title of Great Emperor. "Brother Baizhua, do you know how the battle is going on over there?" Restraining the shock in his heart, Yongkai asked. Baizhua smiled bitterly. "I don't know either. In any case, that Great Emperor will certainly suffer greatly with Holy Venerable Xueli and Huobo cooperating against him." That was what puzzled Yongkai the most. Bright Moon managed to injure so many demon saints, so why is he being held up by two people? Could it be that he used some sort of powerful secret technique that caused him to be seriously injured as a result? That would explain why he had no power to do anything else. But that didn't make any sense either. All of a sudden, another question came to him. Is Holy Venerable Rumeng still not here yet? Baizhua shook his head, expressing that this was indeed the case. Rumeng had been wounded before arriving in this place. If that's the case, then there can only be one reason. A sudden realization dawned on Yongkai. It looks like it might have something to do with the soul manifestation technique. Maybe Bright Moon destroyed those demon saints' soul wisps, which was how so many of them had been injured. Unable to get more information out of Baizhua, Yongkai flew back. His thoughts were a mess. It stood to reason that this was the best time for him to rescue Bright Moon. Most of the demon saints were still recuperating from their injuries, leaving only Xueli and Huobo capable of contending with Bright Moon across the entire Eternal Sky continent. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Even if he ran over to help, he would only cause more problems for Bright Moon. Be that as it may, they would lose what chance they had if he continued to wait and the demon saints arrived. Returning to where the army was stationed in a muddled manner, Yongkai saw a commotion ahead. It seemed as though something had happened. There was another group of people gathered in this place in addition to the 2 million army he had brought with him. The number of people that came were no less than his own army, and he did not know where they came from. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. Laoku, Heian, and the other demon kings who had remained in this place looked extremely nervous. Laoku was even smiling and bowing to the other party. However, the group of demon kings on the other side apparently didn't appreciate it. One of the demon kings shouted loudly, "I'll give you a stick of incense. Hurry up and scram out of this place. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rough with you. What's going on? Are these people here to snatch our territory? What's so great about this spot that they want to snatch it?" Yongkai's eyes widened. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was already on edge and wanted nothing more than to go on a rampage. All the anxiety and depression instantly turned into rage. Tightening his knees around Zhue Feng, he rushed toward the crowd with a shout, "Move aside! Move aside!" The army blocking his way ahead was a dense sea of people, but Zhue Feng was extremely fierce. He ran amok with no questions asked, opening up a passage through the crowd like a hot knife cutting through butter. Some of the demon race tried to fight back, but they were all knocked aside with ease. Those struck immediately suffered broken bones, and their cries rang out unceasingly. The change came so suddenly that the other party didn't even have the time to react. When Yongkai arrived at the front of the army, he found the group of demon kings standing on the opposite side glaring at him. He swept his gaze over them coldly, staring at the many demon kings in front of him like they were ants. His eyes then landed on a female member of the demon race with an enchanting body and a charming face. It just so happened that this female demon was also looking at him. When their eyes met, he raised his brow at her while the other party lifted the corners of her mouth and revealed a meaningful grin. A half-saint. When Yang Kai saw that so many people had come to this place, he had guessed that there was a half-saint leading them. It would seem that his guess had been confirmed. Furthermore, the half-saint was probably from the same clan as Yu Ru Meng, the Charm Demon clan. Even though this woman had not said a word, nor were there any traces of her performing some sort of secret technique, she exuded an alluring charm at all times. It caused many of the male demons under her command to show bewitched and lustful looks. Yang Kai knew that it was no fault of these men. The charm of a charm demon half-saint was not easy to resist, but all Yang Kai felt right now was irritation. As such, he beckoned at somebody with a wave of his hand, and Lao Ku walked over immediately. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked, keeping his gaze on the female charm demon without even blinking his eyes when he asked the question, a deep coldness flashing across their depths. Lao Ku looked troubled. "Great King, this madam claims that they are responsible for guarding this area. They want us to move." Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer after hearing that. "Is that so?" A demon king on the opposite side immediately shouted. "By Senior D. Lee's order, we are to seal off the surrounding 1,000-kilometer area as one of the lines of defense. All unrelated people are to leave at once." "Are we unrelated people now?" Yang Kai felt a little speechless at those words. Narrowing his eyes at the female charm demon, he asked flatly, "How should I address you?" "Impudence." The demon king who had spoken before immediately let out a yell. At the same time, he stepped forward and glared at Yang Kai. "Get down from your mangy beast when speaking in front of our mistress." While saying that, he raised his hand to grab at Yang Kai, looking as though he was seriously trying to pull Yang Kai down. Zhui Feng neighed and was on the verge of counterattacking. However, Yang Kai was faster, lifting his palm and pressing down. Time principles fluctuated and the world seemed to come to a stop at that moment. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. The demon king who had made a move didn't even have the time to realize what had happened. And by the time he came to his senses, he felt an enormous force imprinted on his chest. He groaned and was thrown backwards into the air, while all his vitality rapidly drained away. Show! An arrow pierced through the air at that moment and nailed the hand that the man had used to try and grab at Yang Kai just now with unparalleled precision, causing it to explode into a blood mist. By the time the demon king landed on the ground, his hair had turned white and he clutched at his injured arm and looked up in horror. Not far away, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his palm as a female feather demon stood next to him, the bowstring of her weapon slightly quivering, her beautiful eyes flashing coldly. A strange sound rang out suddenly, and demon chi roared to the sky like flames. Affected by the changes just now, the armies on both sides immediately became hostile toward each other and had drawn their swords aggressively. Yang Kai raised his hands slightly, calming the agitation of the people below him. At the same time, he grinned at the female charm demon and sneered, "Control your dogs better. He won't be so lucky next time." The female charm demon turned to look at the injured demon king, and a cold light flashed across her eyes as she snapped, "Waste!" While speaking, she flicked her wrist and a gloomy light hit the demon king in the head. That demon king immediately widened his eyes in shock and collapsed to the ground stiffly. His vitality vanished rapidly. A high-rank demon king had been killed by her just like that, without even the slightest bit of hesitation. After doing that, she turned to look at Yang Kai. A smile lifted the corners of her eyes again, making her look very enchanting again. "Are you that human the holy, venerable, highly values?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You are quite well informed." She covered her mouth and laughed charmingly. "Everybody talks about you. It's only natural that I heard some stuff about you. I had some interest in you at first, but you are nothing special now that I see you." He chuckled. "That's only because you don't know this king well. Once you get to know me better, I'm sure you'll become more interested in this king." Li Shiqing, who was standing next to him, turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai. Her face was blushing slightly. It was clear that she felt those words were a little inappropriate. On the other hand, the female charm demon burst into uncontrolled laughter, and, "I'm getting a little interested in you now." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "It's a pity that I don't have any interest in you." "Enough nonsense. What the hell do you want? Spit it out." The smile on the charmed demon's face gradually diminished as her interest faded slightly. As long as you're not deaf, I'm sure you've already heard earlier. This queen is responsible for guarding this place. I don't know why you are here, but it is obviously not in compliance with the rules. So, please move. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Rules? Who made these rules? Naturally, these are the rules decided by Dili. She looked at him. He is responsible for organizing and managing the various armies under Holy Venerable. You should be in your own position, and it's not here. Dili again. Yang Kai's eyes turned chilly. Is he trying to cause trouble for me? Understanding this, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Dili, is it? This king knows no such fool. All I know is that there was no one here when I first arrived in this place, so this place is now mine. You brought your people here to intimidate us, and now you want to chase this king away? Did you think this king would just nod and agree to it? She frowned at those words and shot back. But this is certainly the place Dili assigned me to guard. You should go and ask Dili where you are to be assigned instead. This king has already told you, I know no such dog. I am under the direct command of the Holy Venerable. I only obey her commands. He then waved her off impatiently. Take your mutts and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The charmed demon was so furious that her expression darkened and she screamed, A trivial human dares to speak to this queen like this? Yang Kai was about to counter with an insulting remark when, to his surprise, the other party didn't give him a chance to speak. She gave a soft flick of her wrist, and a soft whip came snapping at him out of nowhere with the force of the wind and thunder. He ducked down in the nick of time to avoid the blow while the soft whip smashed into the army from Cloud Shadow Continent. Blood-curdling screams sounded as many casualties were suffered in that instant. Turning back to glance at the army for a moment, Yang Kai roared, How dare you attack me? You court death. By the time the words rolled off his tongue, he and Zhui Feng had already charged forward as one. Zhui Feng's hooves were ablaze with golden flames, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he carried Yang Kai on his back and charged into the army on the opposite side. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the enemy demons were swept aside and felled. Yang Kai could clearly feel Zhui Feng's excitement. He seemed to be very familiar with actions like charging into battle. It was not surprising considering he used to be Chang Tian's mount and would have accompanied Chang Tian into such battles countless times over the years. His fighting instincts seemed to have been branded deep into his soul. Years of a peaceful life had left him incapable of restraining his wild and restless heart. Now that he had the opportunity to go wild, how could he not let it all out? Zhu Feng rushed towards the places where the crowd was densest, plowing empty paths through the opposing army. Screams sounded endlessly wherever he passed. Even the demon kings could not stop his lethal rampage, many dying on the spot if they so much as dodged aside too slowly. In order to cooperate with Zhui Feng's charging attacks, Yang Kai flipped his wrist and took out a long spear from his space ring. He did not know when he obtained this spoil of war and had never actually practiced with the spear before, so he could only wield it in the most primitive of manners. Yang Kai was unable to draw out this weapon's full power, but even so, the long spear managed to produce great damage when he wielded it with the additional support of his immense physical strength. His long spear swept and pierced left and right, splatting blood all over like blooming flowers as wails burst out from all around. An ear-splitting sound rang out suddenly, transforming into an invisible force that broke through Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses and poured directly into his soul. It was the female charm demon. Seeing Yang Kai acting so unscrupulously on his mount, she took the initiative to attack. She was a half-saint and a member of the charm demon clan, therefore that howl contained a potent soul attack in it. Zhui Feng's steps faltered. It was clear that he had been slightly affected by the attack. On the other hand, Yang Kai swayed and almost fell off Zhui Feng's back. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus exuded a cooling wave at that critical moment, allowing him to retain his consciousness. The sound of something slicing through the air floated into his ears, as if a fierce attack was coming at him from the back. He instinctively raised the spear to block. However, a heavy force shook his hand so badly that it went numb. Immediately following that, the long spear flew out of his grip. Turning to look in that direction, he saw that the female charm demon had a sardonic smile on her lips. She drew a circle in the air with the long spear that was wrapped in the soft whip in her hands and viciously brought it down on him. For an instant, the wind and thunder roared, and an aura of death enveloped him. In response, he abruptly tightened his knees around Zhui Feng, and the latter swiftly turned his body around, narrowly avoiding the blow. A loud explosion rang out and a large crater appeared in the ground, sending the surrounding demons, be they allies or enemies, flying as a result. Without waiting for Yang Kai and Zhui Feng to recover from their daze, the soft whip came striking at them again. Fortunately, Zhui Feng's instincts and reaction speed were extraordinary. He had already begun charging toward the female charm demon right after he spun his body around just now. He might seem clumsy, but he ingeniously avoided the second attack unleashed by the soft whip and came within 10 meters of the opponent in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai, who was riding on Zhui Feng's back, clearly saw the panic flashing in the female charm demon's eyes. Although she was a half-saint, her clan was not proficient in close-quarters combat, nor was her artifact useful in such close range. She could only exert her full strength if she kept a distance from her opponents, hence, it was only natural for her to panic when Zhui Feng closed the distance between them in a flash. Regardless, she was still a half-saint, so she did not lose her composure so easily. Instead, a hostile look flashed across her eyes. She ignored Zhui Feng and raised her gaze to meet Yang Kai's. At the same time, her long whip trembled and transformed into several rings that wrapped around the latter. Yang Kai gave a flick of his wrist, summoning the myriad sword. Calling upon his Emperor Qi, a silk-like sword wave blasted upward. Unfortunately, the attacks of a half-saint were not so easily countered. The sword wave only hindered the soft whip's movements slightly before it dissipated. Seeing that he was about to be restrained by the opponent's soft whip, Yang Kai had no choice but to use his space principles. He used instantaneous movement and vanished from the spot as a result. He would truly be put at a huge disadvantage if he allowed himself to be caught by this woman. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Zhui Feng to fight against the opponent. Who knows? He might even make her suffer a little. Besides, separating himself from Zhui Feng would allow him to exert his full strength. The exchange of blows might have been short, but Yang Kai could sense that Zhui Feng's movements were being restrained as he endeavored to keep him safe. The only person among the enemy's ranks that could actually be a threat to him was this half-saint. Aside from this female charm demon, the rest were nothing to Yang Kai. By the time his figure reappeared, he was standing in the sky and looking at something 1,000 meters away. Zhui Feng was entangled with that female charm demon. His attacks could be said to be very simple and crude, involving nothing more than body slamming, biting, swiping with his tail, and kicking with his hooves. On the contrary, the female charm demon used all sorts of methods to attack, executing various secret techniques and striking out with a soft whip. Even so, the two sides were evenly matched. It could be seen that Zhui Feng's strength was nothing to sneeze at even among half-saints. At the very least, he was stronger than this woman. Otherwise, he could not have caused this stalemate situation. His endurance and durability would definitely let him gain the upper hand over time. Long ago, Zhui Feng had hunted down a half-saint after a long pursuit. He had shaved away at that person's strength and forced his cultivation to regress before he was satisfied. How could he have done that without stamina and persistence? Meanwhile, the demon race armies numbering in the millions were battling each other too. Countless among the demon race died at every moment, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Yang Kai suddenly realized something. How did things turn out like this? I didn't bring the army of 2 million here to fight with the other half-saints. I came here to see if I could use the army under my command to do something at a critical moment. Needless to say, he was certainly also at fault for things to turn out this way. Nevertheless, the most important thing was that the other party was too aggressive. She killed so many of my people without bothering to say anything. How can I let her get away with it so easily? Plus, it's just a piece of land. The defensive line along the periphery of the battlefield is so long, is it really necessary for her to fight for this territory? While mulling over these thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly felt an uneasy feeling blooming in his heart. It was an inexplicable feeling of unease that came out of nowhere, as if a great danger was approaching him. He looked up at that moment and saw that Zhui Feng was nowhere to be seen. More importantly, he had no idea where the female charm demon had gone either. The feeling of unease grew stronger as all the hairs on his body were standing on end and a chill swept over him. Xianxia didn't even think about it as his body shifted immediately, using his nihility technique to exile himself to the void. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him in an eerie manner. The appearance of that figure was accompanied by a heavy punch directed at the place where he had been standing before. A violent force burst forth and the aftermath of the attack spread out, penetrating the void. Even though Xianxia had used nihility, he still felt the vitality in his body churning at that moment as his vision turned black and he nearly passed out. He performed another instantaneous movement, distancing himself from that dangerous place and appearing 3,000 meters away before looking up. His pupils contracted as he gritted his teeth and roared, "You sang." The person who had ambushed him and almost killed him on the spot was none other than Yu Sang, who should still have been on the Two Worlds battlefield. Xianxia had not met Yu Sang since he left the Holy City on Enchantment Continent. Yu Rumeng also mentioned that Yu Sang had been dispatched to the Two Worlds battlefield and Baizhua had confirmed this fact. In fact, Baizhua claimed that Yu Sang had been left behind at the front lines just a short while ago. Therefore, Xianxia had not expected to see that Yu Sang had returned to the demon realm and even tried to ambush him here. Xianxia looked down at the millions of demons fighting among themselves, then turned to look at where Di Li was located. After that, he thought about the attitude and actions of the female charm demon just now. A moment later, his expression greatly darkened. This is a trap. A trap set up by 3 half-saints. First, Di Li had refused to assign an area for him to guard. Then, the female charm demon deliberately came to pick a fight with him over territorial issues to lead Zhue Feng away. Finally, Yu Sang came in for the kill. Xianxia thought about the close call he experienced just now and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. At the same time, he was filled with rage. 3 half-saints went so far as to join forces to kill me. How truly flattering. On the other hand, Yu Sang looked surprised. It would seem that he had not expected his sneak attack to fail to kill Xianxia. Although he seemed to have injured Xianxia, it was rather humiliating that he allowed Xianxia to escape despite being a half-saint. The space technique certainly deserves its reputation. But that is all there is to it. Even if he had to violate Yu Rumeng's order, he didn't hesitate to rush back from the battlefield. The first reason was to take Xianxia's life. The second reason was to fight to obtain his own opportunity in the coming fight. Out of the 2 reasons, the second one was the most important. Taking Xianxia's life was just a bonus. Yu Sang secretly resented Yu Rumeng in his heart for not notifying him about such a great opportunity. If not for the other contacts he had, he would never have known that there was such a great opportunity to be seized in Eternal Sky Continent. It wasn't as if he did not know just how much Yu Rumeng valued Xianxia. After spending so long on the Two Worlds battlefield, he had heard all about the relationship between Xianxia and Yu Rumeng. He was well aware of what kind of consequences he would face if he killed Xianxia. But even so, that was not enough to make him retreat. As long as I can seize the opportunity born from what the numerous demon saints are currently planning, then even Yu Rumeng will find it difficult to kill me because the other demon saints won't agree to it. So Xianxia must die today. I have to kill him with my own hands to get rid of some of this hatred. Their gazes suddenly met, and the look in Yu Sang's eyes grew contemptuous as his voice sounded coldly. Did you think you would be safe and sound just because you have Holy Venerable's protection? Killing you is as easy as snapping this king's fingers. Xianxia turned to the side and spat out the blood in his mouth. Afterward, he sneered, "You didn't get a transfer order. Let's see how you're going to explain yourself to Holy Venerable about returning from the Two Worlds battlefield without authorization." Yu Sang's eyes drooped. Explain myself? I can return whenever I want to. Why do I need to explain myself to Holy Venerable? If you have time to worry about me, you might as well use it to worry about yourself a little more. Xianxia spoke with a stern expression. Do you really dare to kill this king? Yu Sang looked at Xianxia teasingly. What do you think? Xianxia looked around for a bit. Then, he countered Yu Sang's question with another question. It looks like you're determined to kill me, but I am truly curious. How did you convince Di Li and that female charm demon to do you this favor? Don't they know what kind of consequences they would face if they did this? There is no way Yu Rumeng will forgive them once she eventually learns of how they aided Yu Sang to kill me. Even if those two were half-saints, they would probably follow in Yu Sang's footsteps. They would be sent to the two worlds battlefield to fight against pseudo-great emperors. If they were lucky, they would make amends for their crimes through their devoted service. If they were unlucky, they might end up dead there. After all, more than one or two half-saints and pseudo-great emperors had already died as the war increased in intensity. Yu Sang replied indifferently, "Nobody is helping me. I was just in the right place at the right time." Yang Kai's eyes widened with anger, almost like they were about to burst. Despite knowing that Yu Sang was lying through his teeth to dissociate the other two from his actions, there was nothing wrong with that reasoning. Yang Kai had only met Li once and no conflict had occurred between the two of them. Even the female charm demon had a just cause to pick a fight with him, therefore the other two could simply get away by saying that it was just a misunderstanding even if he filed a complaint with Yu Rumeng after everything was over. Naturally, that would depend on which side Yu Rumeng was standing on. If she was on his side, then no number of excuses would save them from trouble. Let's see if the Holy Venerable believes those words of yours. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yu Sang raised his hand and lightly replied, "Between a dead person and I, who do you think Holy Venerable will believe?" When the last word left his mouth, he struck toward Yang Kai. There was the sound of an explosion in the air. Following that palm strike, it felt as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment. Even so, he heard all the bones in his body cracking and he fell out of the sky like a meteorite. He crashed into the ground below and formed a huge crater in the ground. Yu Sang didn't stop. He drifted over in an eerie manner, approaching Yang Kai swiftly. The sound of something slicing through the air rang out suddenly as a sharp arrow radiating with an incandescent light came flying from somewhere in the distance. Arriving in an instant, it shot straight towards Yu Sang's chest. Yu Sang didn't even bother looking at this though and just casually flicked his wrist at it, causing the radiant light to return along its original path at an even faster speed. A scream sounded as the arrow Boya had shot as a sneak attack from the shadows was returned to her, sending her flying as the powerful force struck her, causing her to tumble mid-air several times before she collapsed to the ground. It was unknown whether she survived that blow as the ground around her was stained red with her blood. At the same time, Yang Kai got up with great difficulty. Blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. His hair was a disheveled mess, and he looked absolutely wretched. He was just in the process of standing up when Yu Sang slowly floated down, landed in front of him, and lifted a finger to point in his direction. The scent of flowers burst out and colorful petals appeared out of nowhere. Those petals floated over, gathering around Yang Kai in an instant and surrounded him. They converged together to form a solid wall of defense, circling around his body without pause. The strong fragrance they released seemed to have the effect of confusing a person's mind. Not far away from where Boya was, Li Shiqing bit her red lips as she executed her secret technique. Her body was glowing with a colorful light as her emperor chi surged. Although terror and fear were reflected in her beautiful eyes, her expression was as resolute as could be. Yu Sang abruptly turned to look at her with a pair of frosty eyes and a cold snort escaped from his mouth. A gush of spiritual energy burst out and a ray of light flashed across her chest. Li Shiqing's tender body trembled slightly as her emperor chi faded away. She collapsed to the ground limply the next moment, falling unconscious, the defensive wall of flower petals surrounding Yang Kai scattering to the wind. Finally, Yu Sang leisurely turned to look at Yang Kai after getting rid of the two sluts interfering with him. The corners of his mouth lifted into a sardonic smile as though he was deriving great pleasure from something. His finger pointed at Yang Kai's forehead at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The light at the tip of his fingertips fluctuated vigorously as he mocked. "Have you ever regretted offending me? Did you think this king wouldn't be able to do anything to you just because you are proficient in the Tao of space? You are so close at hand, and this king's divine sense is locking your movements. Don't even dream about escaping? Regret?" When Yang Kai muttered through gritted teeth, the space principles around his body fluctuated and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him as a cold voice sounded from behind that figure, "Dream on. You waste." Yu Sang's expression was stunned as he stared blankly at the stone man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He could not figure out where this person had popped out from no matter how hard he thought about it. There was no trace of this person just moments ago, so how did he appear in front of him out of nowhere? However, he didn't have more time to think because the stone man threw a punch at him at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as soon as he appeared, and judging by the power of the punch, this stone man who appeared so abruptly was a half-saint. Yu Sang surged his demon chi, and the light shining at the tip of his finger that was pointing at Yang Kai became even more powerful. Knowing that his opponent was a half-saint, he did not dare to take the stone man lightly. Damn it! Why is there another half-saint protecting this human? I thought the plan was foolproof when I arranged for Zhui Feng to be lured away. I can't believe something so unexpected occurred. Yu Sang's heart sank with a vague sense that something had gone terribly wrong. With a half-saint diverting him, it was all but impossible for him to kill Yang Kai. While his thoughts were still muddled, the attacks from both sides collided. Yu Sang's pupil's eyes contracted suddenly, revealing a look of horror. He instinctively moved and retreated backwards, opening a distance of several thousand meters between them in the blink of an eye. When he lowered his head to look, his horrified expression darkened. One of his fingers was distorted beyond belief. All the bones in his finger were practically crushed into powder, and a throbbing pain came from his finger to agitate every single nerve in his body. It was only a single blow, but his finger had been smashed, and if he had not moved so quickly and withdrawn, he would probably have lost his arm to the stone man. What power! The other party had not used the slightest bit of demon chi in the previous attack, meaning a simple physical blow had broken through his defenses and injured him. Only a strength demon half-saint could have such terrifying power. No, even a half-saint from the strength demon clan would have paled in comparison to this thing. Which race did the stone man from? The stone demon clan? The strength demon clan? But he didn't look like either. Hua. The embodiment opened his mouth and let out a mighty roar. His voice was mixed with uncontrolled excitement. He was technically Yang Kai's soul clone. Thus, he originated from the same source as Yang Kai. It wasn't that he loved fighting and killing, but rather that he couldn't suppress his excitement after experiencing his new full strength. While he roared, his demon chi soared to the sky. A pitch-black flame ignited across his body, and his entire person transformed into a black hole that began devouring everything. Sharp bone spines broke through his rock skin as he reached out into the air and grabbed at something. A moment later, a war hammer appeared in the palm of his hand. His demon chi flowed freely and the war hammer trembled slightly, fluctuating with a dangerous aura. Yu Sang had yet to recover from the shock of being injured by the embodiment's blow when he felt this burst of aura, and he couldn't help but stare at the demonic war hammer and exclaim, "Saint artifact!" Only the demon artifacts that the demon saints in the demon realm spent enormous effort to refine could be called saint artifacts. The total number of saint artifacts throughout the demon realm did not exceed 20. So each one was extremely rare and precious. Likewise, every saint artifact had extraordinary power. Most of these saint artifacts were controlled by the 12 demon saints, while a few pieces were lost to the world, their whereabouts completely unknown. The demonic war hammer in the embodiment's hands was something Yang Kai had acquired outside of Maplewood City. It was the weapon belonging to the ancient one-eyed great demon. Since Yang Kai and the embodiment could not control demon chi previously, neither of them was able to activate its true power over the years. Even during the times when the embodiment occasionally used the demonic war hammer, he had only used it like it was the most common blunt weapon for smashing things. But things were different now. The embodiment had devoured the source of Cloud Shadow Continent, transformed the strength in his body into demon chi, and become a half-saint of the demon realm. He now had the power to wield this demonic war hammer. With the war hammer in hand, his already overwhelming power was suddenly boosted to another level, and he clearly noticed this. The demon chi in his body rushed into the war hammer almost uncontrollably, and the war hammer that had remained lifeless for so long seemed to be reborn at this moment. A sort of exultation was coming from the war hammer, seemingly longing for even more demon chi. The embodiment looked down and grinned savagely. Activating the heaven-devouring battle law, he immediately cut off the devouring act of the war hammer. No matter what kind of artifact it was, it would inevitably be affected by its wielder. The warhammer's wild devouring nature was probably a reflection of its rebellious attitude, but how could the embodiment tolerate such behavior? He had always been the one to devour others. If the warhammer wanted to devour his demon chi, it would need his permission first. Lifting the hammer in his hand, he jumped up and crossed several thousand meters to smash Xianxia with the hammer. A huge shadow of the hammer immediately appeared in the sky, seemingly covering it. When the hammer's shadow came crashing down, it felt as if the sky itself was collapsing. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as his entire body shuddered. With himself as the center, large swathes of blood mist flooded hundreds of meters around him. The embodiment looked up in time to see a vast space had been covered in blood mist while Xianxia was gone from sight. The hammer's shadow slammed against the blood mist, smashing a huge crater into it. However, the surrounding blood mist immediately refilled the hole. Rays of blood beams shot out from within the blood mist, blasting towards the embodiment like arrows. The embodiment nimbly avoided several of the attacks but was still hit by a few. The sounds of something piercing through the surface of his body rang out as the blood and burning pitch-black flames fought back vigorously. After a moment of hesitation, the embodiment plunged into the blood mist. Instantly, roars and crackling sounds came from within, and it was clear that he was ferociously fighting against Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia appeared next to Boya and Li Shiqing. Only these two women had come forward when he was in mortal danger. They didn't make any difference to the situation, but they, at least, had tried to help him. The two of them currently lay unconscious on the ground, and if the millions of demons on the battlefield turned a blind eye to them, they might not even know how they died in the end. A quick inspection later, Xianxia discovered that Boya's injuries were more serious between the two of them. Xianxia had sent the arrow she shot right back at her. Not only did she fail to injure the enemy, but she also ended up hurting herself. Almost half of her shoulder was shattered, and the blood wouldn't stop flowing. On the contrary, Li Shiqing's condition was rather surprising. He originally thought that Li Shiqing's condition would be more severe. After all, she had been injured by Xianxia's soul attack. Ordinarily, she would have been severely injured even if she survived. But to his surprise, a careful inspection revealed that she was safe and sound. She probably fainted from the shock of being struck by Xianxia's divine sense. But other than that, there were no obvious problems with her. Under these circumstances, Xianxia only needed to wait for Li Shiqing to wake up on her own. He couldn't help being amazed. Thinking back to what happened just now, he had the vague feeling that the only reason she managed to remain safe and sound was related to the light radiating from her chest. As the disciple of Flower Shadow Great Emperor, she would surely be carrying all sorts of protective treasures on her body. Although it was said that everything on her had been taken from her, the things she had refined into her body could not be so easily stripped away. Nevertheless, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what he was supposed to tell Flower Shadow Great Emperor if something happened to her because of him. Lifting his head to look around, he saw Xiaowu looking at him anxiously, and he immediately beckoned to her. "Take care of them!" She finally returned to her senses, nodded vigorously, and ran over quickly. Picking Boya and Li Shiqing up, one person in each arm, she swiftly retreated towards the back of the camp. Xianxia took advantage of this fleeting interval to stuff a spirit pill into Boya's mouth. Her injuries might look serious, but they did not threaten her foundation. She only needed to recuperate for some time to recover fully. Straightening up again, he glanced gloomily at the blood mist. Space principles fluctuated around him, and he disappeared out of sight. When he reappeared again, he stood in the sky above the blood mist that covered several thousands of meters of area. Lifting his hand, a cyan bottle gourd appeared in his grip. It was the wind gourd he obtained from the void deep in Orthodoxy Temple's restricted area. Xianxia ardently poured his emperor chi into it and pointed its mouth at the blood mist. In the next moment, a gust of strong wind that swept through the world transformed into a torrent of wind blades that slashed towards the depths of the blood mist. A black light flashed as the embodiment, who was connected to Xianxia, had already escaped from the blood mist ahead of time. The torrent of wind blades continuously rained down on the blood mist, cutting it into pieces and shattering it apart. Among the chaos, a muffled grunt sounded. It was clear that Yu Sang had been injured. The entire process took no more than 10 breaths at most. The blood mist began to churn strenuously before, all of a sudden, it converged in the center to reveal Yu Sang's figure again. Yu Sang didn't stop there though and had swiftly transformed into a blood beam that rushed towards Yang Kai. Lifting his hand, his entire arm transformed into a blood-colored python with horns on its forehead. It opened its mouth wide and bit down towards Yang Kai, seemingly intending to swallow him whole. The embodiment was a half-saint, so Yu Sang couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time as they were evenly matched. On the other hand, the strength Yang Kai showed was only that of a mid-rank demon king, so if Yu Sang was helpless even against somebody like Yang Kai, then he might as well just commit suicide out of shame. The blood python struck instantly. Its huge mouth bit through the barriers of space and devoured where Yang Kai was standing without giving him any time to react. By the time its huge mouth snapped shut, Yang Kai was gone. Yu Sang sneered. Humph! A fool who doesn't know his place. There was nothing Yu Sang could have done to Yang Kai if he had hidden himself away somewhere. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so it was not easy to kill him. Hence, it was a surprise that he came out all on his own. It was simply an act equivalent to asking for death, but it was just what Yu Sang wanted. The blood-colored giant python became distorted as though it was going to turn back into its original shape. At that moment, the expression on Yu Sang's face changed drastically. He looked at the python's head intently. It felt like there was an unbelievable aura awakening inside the python that aroused an involuntary sense of fear. Simultaneously, a muffled cry floated into his ears. Dragon transformation. The python's head swelled abruptly and a behemoth subsequently appeared inside its maw, forcing the python's mouth open again. It was accompanied by a dragon aura, one only those pure-blood dragons could emit, that radiated out into the surroundings. Yu Sang could not tell what method Yang Kai had just used. However, he was familiar with the aura that belonged exclusively to the most powerful of divine spirits. He had once fought against a female dragon clan member on the Two Worlds battlefield, and while the other party's bloodline could not be considered impure, it was enough for her to fight against him on equal terms. The Dragon Clan. This human has the Dragon Clan's bloodline. What's more, his dragon aura is much purer and stronger than that woman's. The blood python's mouth was stretched to its limit as two sharp dragon claws gleaming with cold light suddenly appeared in Yu Sang's field of vision. One dragon claw gripped the top and the other gripped the bottom of the python's jaws. A moment later, the two dragon claws forced the python's mouth open from both sides. A tearing sound rang out, and the huge blood python's head was ripped in half. Blood splattered everywhere as the figure of an enormous monster entered Yu Sang's vision. The sight was also burned into the eyes of the army below. A moment of strange silence swept across the noisy battlefield as almost everybody was looking up at the huge figure with a confused expression. Yang Kai's body was more than 300 meters tall and covered in gleaming golden dragon scales. Dragon horns grew out of his forehead, both hands had transformed into dragon claws, and a long dragon tail whipped about behind him, stirring up a strong wind. A dragon roar sounded, reverberating throughout the sky. Yang Kai reached out his hand and grabbed the remains of the blood python's body that he had torn into two before violently pulling on it. An overwhelming force spread out as Yu Sang's body was involuntarily yanked in that direction. The blood python was transformed from his arm, so it was inseparable from him. He had no way to resist such a powerful force. In terms of cultivation alone, he was far above Yang Kai. Unfortunately, he was not Yang Kai's opponent in terms of brute force. Hurriedly, Yu Sang had the blood python explode into a blood mist before he withdrew it and had it transform into an arm again. It was just that a long gash now extended up his forearm. The pain enraged Yu Sang as his carelessness caused him to fail such an easy task. It was a complete humiliation. Borrowing the pulling force coming from Yang Kai, he stopped resisting it and rushed forward instead. Approaching Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, the tiny figure formed a very sharp contrast with Yang Kai's large body. Nevertheless, his gaze didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Rather, he looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly as if he was the larger one instead. Despite the heavy punch coming from Yang Kai's side, Yu Sang had no intention of evading. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out something. A blood ball sped towards Yang Kai and soon smashed against the incoming fist, but not only did the blood ball not break, it actually enveloped Yang Kai's claw instead. The blood ball quickly grew larger and larger, enveloping the entirety of Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yusang glanced downward, reaching out his hand to point at Yang Kai. The loosely floating blood ball suddenly began contracting at that moment. The thin walls of the blood ball displayed an extremely astonishing force of restraint, and the sound of all the bones in Yang Kai's body creaking immediately rang out. At that critical moment, the embodiment swooped down and swung his war hammer towards Yusang's head. A trace of reluctance flashed across Yusang's eyes, but he couldn't afford to take the blow head-on. It was a saint artifact after all. Who knew what kind of consequences he would face? Thus, he could only retreat. Inside the blood ball, Yang Kai struggled a few times but discovered that he couldn't break through the shell due to its extreme resilience. It was not something that could be resolved with pure brute force. Nevertheless, the crushing pressure around him was getting tighter and tighter, and he would soon become unable to breathe, so he could only open his jaw. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon roar, a raging flame spurted from his giant mouth. Flames spread out, and under their burning effects, the blood ball quickly evaporated, allowing him to quickly escape from its restraint. On the other hand, the embodiment was chasing after Yusang. Yang Kai didn't stop after he escaped and followed closely. Working together, their battle against Yusang became chaotic. During the fierce battle, Yang Kai could clearly feel himself and the embodiment growing stronger. Back in the Eastern Territory, Yang Kai had teamed up with the embodiment to fight against Song Mo with all his strength. Song Mo was a pseudo-great emperor who was probably as strong as Yusang. At the time, the two of them had tried their best and even injured Song Mo, but the latter still had plenty of leeway and was still holding back for the most part. If Song Mo had truly gone all out at the beginning, Yang Kai and the embodiment would only barely be able to protect themselves against him. In that battle, they were left in a miserable state. In the end, Xianxia showed up and forced Song Mo back. With Li Wuyi and Jiufeng following after, Song Mo had no choice but to retreat. But today, Yang Kai and the embodiment had the upper hand in the battle against Yusang. Needless to say, the main reason was the embodiment's growth, as Yang Kai had barely grown any stronger since then. Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit miserable about this in his heart. His own strength was indeed his biggest shortcoming. He was now a second-order emperor, and whether it was the demon realm or the star boundary, he already stood ahead of many others. Be that as it may, he began feeling more and more powerless as his power increased, as those he came into contact with became increasingly distinguished. His current situation was the perfect example. He and the embodiment had the upper hand in the fight against Yusang, but it was an unrealistic dream if they wanted to kill him unless Yusang made some kind of huge mistake. Nonetheless, it was a mistake to pin his hopes on others making mistakes. Yang Kai might as well focus on improving his own strength if that was the case. There was no need to improve too much. He only needed to reach the third-order emperor realm. That way, he would be in a much better situation if he ever faced another half-saint again. High above the sky, various mighty and terrifying Dragon Clan's secret techniques shone brightly in his hands as Yang Kai tried to buy time for the embodiment. The heaven-devouring domain had been activated and quietly spread out into the surroundings without Yusang's knowledge, devouring his power bit by bit. With enough time, their advantage would become increasingly obvious. One man's loss was another man's gain. When the time came, Yusang would not be able to avoid death even if he wanted to. This bastard has been after my life since we met. How can I let him get away with that? Now that I have the chance, I'm going to make him pay the price. Otherwise, I won't be able to live in comfort with a half-saint eyeing me all the time, trying to murder me. Unfortunately, things didn't work out as Yang Kai wished. The fight was in full swing when Yusang suddenly withdrew and retreated. He transformed into a blood beam and hurried away without hesitation. The embodiment tried to stop Yusang, but there was nothing he could do if a half-saint went all out to escape. The war hammer swung down and smashed into empty air. There was even less Yang Kai could do. Yusang's speed during his bloody escape was no slower than Yang Kai's instantaneous movement. Thus, Yang Kai could only watch as Yusang fled and disappeared out of sight. He glared in the direction in which Yusang disappeared with a savage expression. There was nowhere for him to vent the rage inside him, not to mention how upset he was. Somebody is coming, the embodiment said quickly as he casually put the demonic warhammer away. Xianxia turned his head to look and saw a stream of light swiftly approaching this place from not far away. When the figure got closer, he realized that it was Baizhua. Baizhua looked at Xianxia's enormous body with an expression of wonder. He studied Xianxia's appearance carefully for a while before making out Xianxia's face. Then, he frowned and looked down at the chaotic battlefield below, quickly asking grimly, "What happened here?" Baizhua had heard the reports from his men claiming that there seemed to be a disturbance in this area, so he hurried over to check out the situation. Xianxia had headed in this direction after they went their separate ways, so he suspected that something had happened here. From the looks of things, it was indeed so. Judging by the remaining aura in the area, it looked like a battle between half-saints had taken place, and he couldn't help taking a few more glances at embodiment. "Yu Sang is here." Xianxia looked at Baizhua with a grim expression. "How could that be?" Baizhua was shocked. "Could you be mistaken?" Xianxia gritted his teeth. "I'm not so blind that I can mistake the person who tried to kill me. But, shouldn't he be on the Two Worlds battlefield?" Baizhua murmured. He frowned deeply as though mulling over something. Realization suddenly dawned on him and he nodded lightly. If that's the case, it's not strange for him to return. Xianxia snorted coldly while dismissing his dragon form and restoring himself to his original appearance. Baizhua couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he had just told Xianxia that Yu Sang had stayed on the Two Worlds battlefield. Who could have known that Xianxia would be attacked by Yu Sang as soon as they went their separate ways? Fortunately, nothing big had happened. If anything had happened, he would have been held partly responsible too. He couldn't help chuckling softly. "Were you hurt?" Xianxia knew that Baizhua wasn't to blame for anything, but his expression remained sullen. It wasn't because the misinformation provided by Baizhua had caused him to fall into a trap, but rather because Baizhua had arrived too quickly. The reason why Yu Sang had retreated so decisively was that he had sensed Baizhua's aura. He probably knew that Baizhua would not take his side as the two of them already held grudges against each other. He had secretly sneaked back to the demon realm and would never be spared if he were caught red-handed by Baizhua. If Baizhua, Xianxia, and the embodiment joined forces against him, he would not be able to escape anymore. Xianxia suppressed the resentment in his stomach and said dully, "It's nothing too serious." Baizhua gently nodded. "Holy Venerable will arrive in half a day. Let's wrap things up here." Although Yu Sang had retreated, millions of the demons were still fighting below. It was not something that could be resolved anytime soon unless somebody intervened. It would be bad for everyone if Yu Rumeng arrived to see this scene. This could already be considered a civil strife, and it would only make Yu Rumeng the butt of jokes among all the other demon saints for being inadequate in her leadership. On the contrary, Xianxia was dying to kill all of the female charm demon's subordinates. Even so, he knew that it was no longer a realistic option the moment Baizhua appeared. Besides, there were a lot of casualties on his side too. Nearly a tenth of the 2 million army had died in such a short time. In any case, nobody could escape forever. Regardless of whether it was Yu Sang, Di Li, or the female charm demon, Xianxia had already pinned them on his list of enemies. He would find them again one day as long as they still worked under Yu Rumeng. Without another word, he and the embodiment rushed down. They killed many among the enemy army to completely break their opponent's fighting spirit, defeating the opposing army by a huge landslide before they stopped in satisfaction. Afterwards, Lao Ku and the others took a head count of the battlefield. There was no need for Xianxia to worry about anything. Meanwhile, Baizhua followed Xianxia every step of the way. He was probably afraid that Yu Sang would wheel back and kill Xianxia. Not long after the battle ended, Zhui Feng ran back triumphantly. He even shamelessly approached Xianxia with an attitude as though asking for praise. Xianxia whacked him right in the head while scolding, "Did I ask you to chase her? Who asked you to chase her? Why don't you change your name to Chasing People instead? Don't call yourself Chasing the Wind anymore." If this guy had not been lured away by the female charm demon, I might have been able to keep Yu Sang here earlier. Zhui Feng, who was smacked upside the head, looked extremely aggrieved and didn't know what was going on. Baizhua was shocked by the sight. He had long heard of Zhui Feng's great reputation, As the Mount of Hundred Spirits Continent's master, he was not known for his peaceful temper, and his true strength was extremely terrifying. Baizhua watched Yang Kai scolding Zhui Feng, and couldn't help worrying that Zhui Feng might kick Yang Kai to death in a fit of rage. What surprised him, though, was that Zhui Feng neither fought back nor resisted the scolding. He only neighed occasionally to indicate his grievances. After the severe scolding, he lowered his head, ran over to the side, and lay down with a wounded appearance. Baizhua was utterly amazed. Both Bo Ye and Li Shiqing had woken up by now. The latter was not seriously injured and even smiled at Yang Kai when she saw that he was safe and sound, which warmed his heart. Since they were both from the star boundary, it was only natural that he felt an inherent closeness to her. If not for the fact that they needed to pretend otherwise, he would not have treated her so poorly. Unfortunately, he had to be careful in everything he did while in the demon realm. Although Bo Ye was pale, her condition had improved greatly after consuming some spirit pills. It seemed she would not experience any permanent damage from her injury. He spoke some encouraging words to them and ordered Xiaowu to take good care of them. Only then did he look into the distance with Baizhua. Compared to the battle between a great emperor and a demon saint, the conflict from before could only be said to be a small fight. The thundering sounds from across the horizon never stopped. Rays of light occasionally burst out from that remote location, causing the world to dim and the space to shudder ceaselessly. No matter who it was, they would be able to sense that the surrounding world principles had begun to shatter as long as their strength had reached a certain height. That was the power of the great emperors and the demon saints. Their every move was capable of affecting the survival of the continent. If most of the half-saints returned to the demon realm, then what about the situation on the two worlds battlefield? Yang Kai asked suddenly. Baizhua shrugged, probably holding themselves up somewhere. What else can they do? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Baizhua and chuckled softly. Are the holy venerables planning to use overwhelming numbers to exhaust a great emperor to death? Now that most of the half-saints had been summoned back here and gathered in Eternal Sky Continent, it could only mean that these half-saints would eventually face Bright Moon. One or two half-saints might not have made much of a difference, but even ants could kill elephants if there were enough of them. Baizhua frowned and pondered in silence for a moment, although you can say that this matter is not quite as simple as you think. The Holy Venerables have a much deeper plan. Besides, what is happening here is not just a gamble of survival, but also a great opportunity for all the half-saints. Oh! Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at those words. I wish to hear the details. Baizhua smiled wryly and shook his head. You should ask Holy Venerable about this matter. If she is willing to tell you about it, she will surely tell you clearly herself. If she is not willing to do so, then it is not my place to tell you anything. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he did not inquire any further into the matter. Baizhua had made his stance very clear, so there was no point in asking any more questions. Yang Kai could understand a life-and-death gamble, as a half-saint facing off against a great emperor is nothing if not a life-and-death gamble. They may even be killed the moment they meet the great emperor, but what was this great opportunity they sought? Could it be that there is some sort of benefit to be gained by killing Bright Moon? He couldn't ignore the information Baizhua had revealed to him even if he wanted to. Before they could finish cleaning up the battlefield, though, a terrifying aura quickly came from afar. Zhui Feng, who had been lying on the ground all this while, immediately got up and looked in that direction warily. It was clear that he had felt the incoming pressure. However, he soon lay back down on the ground again. Similarly, Yang Kai and Baizhua looked up in unison as the latter's expression changed. Holy Venerable is here. Needless to say, Yang Kai could feel Yu Rumeng's aura too. A brilliant light flashed a short while later, and Yu Rumeng's figure appeared in front of the two of them. Greetings, Holy Venerable. Baizhua quickly cupped his fists. On the other hand, the army behind them fell to their knees quickly. Yu Rumeng nodded lightly. Glancing around, she couldn't help furrowing her delicate brow tightly as she asked, what happened here? The blood qi was very dense throughout the mountain valley, and there were corpses lying all over the place. It was obvious that a huge battle had taken place here. Even Yang Kai looked a little pale, as though he had suffered some injuries. She couldn't help being shocked by what she saw here and even thought that collateral from the battle with Bright Moon in the distance had spread this far. Baizhua turned and glanced at Yang Kai, but seeing that he had no intention of speaking, he quietly sighed in his heart. As such, Baizhua had no choice but to step forward and relay all the information he had gotten from Yang Kai earlier to Yu Rumeng. Upon hearing how Yu Sang had returned from the Two Worlds battlefield and even attacked Yang here, she turned red with rage, gritted her teeth and roared, "Impudence!" She turned to look at Baizhua and ordered, "Bring Yu Sang to me." It was one thing for Yu Sang to return from the Two Worlds battlefield without receiving authorization, but he even dared to try and assassinate Yang Kai. How could Yu Rumeng forgive him for that? Putting aside the heart seal secret technique that existed between her and Yang Kai was now the key to the stability of the entire demon realm. Without him, who would maintain the unstable territory gates? Without him, who would repair those lost territory gates? For both public and private reasons, she had to give Yang Kai a reasonable explanation. Receiving the order, Baizhua immediately walked to the side and took out an item. He was presumably trying to find a way to contact Yu Sang. Yu Rumeng turned to look at Yang Kai next as her expression became gentle. "Are you alright? Is what Baizhua said true?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that Brother Baizhua only understands a part of it." She asked, "What else is there that he doesn't know about?" Yang Kai sneered slightly. "I have Zhui Feng protecting me, so what could Yu Sang possibly do to me alone?" He clearly knew that too. That's why somebody helped him lure Zhui Feng away. Who? Yu Rumeng's pretty face darkened. A person who could lure Zhui Feng away had to be a half-saint. She truly had not expected these half-saints under her command would be so ignorant of the general situation. How can they create even more trouble for me at such a critical moment? I don't know who she is. Just that she is a female charm demon, Yang Kai replied. Although he did not know who it was, there were only so few people among the half-saints under Yu Rumeng's command. Combined with the fact that the perpetrator was from the Charm Demon clan, it was probably very easy to identify who it was. Aside from her, Li probably played a role too. Li too? Yu Rumeng couldn't help scowling deeply. Nevertheless, realization came over her when she recalled how close Li and Yu Sang had always been with each other. When she had previously named Yang Kai as Great King and charged him with overseeing Cloud Shadow Continent, many of the half-saints under her had objected to the decision. After all, only a half-saint was qualified to manage a continent in the demon realm. How could a weak young human male stand on equal footing with them? Among these half-saints, Li had objected the most. Yu Rumeng had forcibly suppressed their dissension at the time, so Yang Kai was unaware of this fact. Even so, she never expected Li to be involved in this incident. That would mean that 3 half-saints under her command were involved in this debacle. She couldn't help feeling extremely troubled. If it had only been Yu Sang alone, it would have been easy enough to handle. She could just kill him and be done with it. However, it was simply too much if 3 half-saints were involved. It might cause dissatisfaction among the rest of the half-saints if she punished all 3 of them severely. Although a demon saint was a supreme existence in the demon realm, the number of half-saints under their command was the basis of their strength. It would be meaningless if all a demon saint had was their cultivation but not a single person under them to carry out their commands. While they were speaking, Baizhua walked back to them with a gloomy expression. "Holy Venerable, there is no response from Yu Sang. Is there no response from him, or is he refusing to answer?" Yu Rumeng turned to look at Baizhua. He replied, "He is probably refusing to answer." "This is rebellion," she raged. The incident today was wholly spearheaded by Yu Sang. Li and that female charm demon were probably just lending him a hand, but now, they couldn't get in touch with Yu Sang. Continue to contact him and tell him this. Never show up before me again if he doesn't appear in front of me within an hour. Baizhua was startled to hear those words. He did not expect her to hand out such a harsh punishment. Nevertheless, he soon bowed and left to give Yu Sang the ultimatum. Yu Rumeng fumed in anger for a while before she reassured Yang Kai, "Don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "No need for that. I'll deal with it myself." She frowned a moment and glanced at the embodiment who was standing by the side. Nodding gently, she said, "Suit yourself, but you have to wait until we settle things here. This matter is too important." She felt relieved in her heart. Although she was willing to handle things on his behalf, if she had to come forward personally, forget Yu Sang, even Di Li and the female charm demon would not be spared. If word of this incident were to spread, it was quite possible that her subordinates would lean towards other demon saints instead. On the contrary, if Yang Kai were to deal with it himself, the situation would not be as serious. She could tell that the embodiment was a half-saint now. Even so, Di Li and the female charm demon were not easy targets either, hence Yang Kai might not necessarily have the strength to do anything to them if he dealt with this matter on his own. It wasn't as though the half-saints under her did not have conflicts between themselves. For example, it was a well-known fact that Yu Sang and Bai Zhua had always held grievances against each other. It was just that she did not intervene in such matters without reason as long as these disputes did not hinder her overall interests. Having kept out of these matters in the past, it was best if she continued not to intervene now, otherwise it would be hard for her to deal with things justly in the future. I heard you were hurt. Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Meng. Yu Meng was not willing to speak much on this matter, so she replied nonchalantly, "It's just a small injury, nothing to worry about." "What about you? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Hundred Spirits Continent? I heard that something big had happened here, so I came to join in the fun." He grinned. "Even so, I never expected to find the Bright Moon Great Emperor here. He has always been here. If you managed to trap him here, then why haven't you killed him?" She slowly shook her head. "Things aren't as simple as you think. If we only wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Naturally, we had our reasons to keep him alive." But what? She sighed. Nobody could have imagined that he would recover to his prime even under such conditions. "So, the situation has changed." Yang Kai frowned at those words and asked, "Just now, Brother Baizhua mentioned that this matter is both a life-or-death gamble and a great opportunity for all half-saints. What's going on?" Yu Meng turned and glanced at Baizhua upon hearing that, seeming to blame him for being too talkative. Yang Kai shrugged. "You don't need to tell me if it's inconvenient for you. I only came here to join in on the fun anyway. It's not bad to be able to witness the fall of a great emperor. By the way, does Bright Moon still have any chance of survival?" She chuckled softly. "Is your resentment towards Star Boundary still so deep?" He coldly snorted. "Would I have fallen into such a state if not for how unjust they had been?" She glanced sideways at him. "What's so bad about the demon realm? You seem to me like you've been living quite well recently. There's nothing wrong with it, but in the end I'm still human. I will always be a little out of place here." He chuckled and changed the topic. "You haven't answered me. Does Bright Moon have any chance of survival?" She looked at him with a smile. "The 12 demon saints have all taken action together. Do you think he still has a chance of survival?" He couldn't help letting out a short whistle at those words. "Looks like his death is certain." At this moment, Li Xianxia suddenly rushed over from not far away, clutched at his arm with a pale face and begged him urgently, "Please save Senior Bright Moon." She had been resting not far away to recover, and it was clear that she had heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Yu Meng. That was why she was acting this way. Yu Meng glanced at Li Xianxia, then glanced back at Yang Kai. A sly smile curling along the corners of her mouth. "How do you feel staring at this face all day long?" Back when they had been in the Star Boundary, she had taken on Li Xianxia's appearance to remain beside Yang Kai. Many things had occurred between Yang Kai and her during that time. Only after returning to the demon realm had she finally removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. "What am I supposed to feel about it?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "You are you and she is she. How can I lump the two of you together?" While speaking, he swung his hand vigorously and shook Li Xianxia off, coldly snapping, "Go away." Li Xianxia didn't comply with his demands this time, though, and rushed up to grab at his arm again. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a beseeching look. "Senior Bright Moon is a great emperor of the Star Boundary. Nothing must happen to him. Please find a way to save him. Please. Aren't you a master of the Tao of Space? You can bring Senior Bright Moon away from this place." I said scram. His expression was frosty. He was already upset because of what Yu Meng had said just now, and now Li Xianxia was bothering him. He was in no mood to play nice with her. If his mastery over the Tao of Space was powerful enough, he wouldn't be stuck here watching helplessly either. Space techniques could still produce some rather unexpected effects when used against half-saints, but how much use would they be against the 12 demon saints of the demon realm? Everything else aside, If he so much as made a strange move, the demon saints only needed to seal off Eternal Sky Continent. Afterwards, he would be a fish on the chopping block. Xianxia wanted nothing more than to rescue Bright Moon right now, but he was helpless to do so. Seeing that Li Shiqing was still harping on, Xianxia stretched out his hand, whacked her over the head, and knocked her unconscious. Then he shot a look at Hien. Hien immediately stepped forward to help carry Li Shiqing away. You actually hit her? Ru Meng gave Xianxia a sideways stare. Are you doing that on purpose for me to see? He laughed softly. What do you mean by on purpose? As he said that, he stretched out his hand and reached out to her chin. Her expression changed. Gritting her teeth, she snarled, there are so many people here. Don't embarrass me here. He grinned meaningfully and smoothly stroked her hair. Feeling helpless, she swept her gaze over her surroundings, where she saw Baizhua looking up at the sky. Thus, she couldn't help feeling both furious and amused as she changed the topic. What's the situation with you, Sang? Baizhua quickly bowed in response. Still no response. Humph. Looks like he really has betrayed me. She smirked in anger. I can't wait to see just how he plans to die. He replied, Holy Venerable, do you need me to go and capture him? Baizhua couldn't let such a good opportunity to rub salt into Yu Sang's wounds slip him by. But instead, she waved her hand dismissively. No need. Let's deal with the matters at hand first. We can deal with him after we finish things up here. Yes. You can head back too. The situation might change at any moment. Relay my orders so that all can be ready at a moment's notice. Baizhua received the order and left, quickly disappearing out of sight. After Baizhua left, Xianxia finally asked suspiciously, what preparations? Do I need to make preparations too? Ru Meng looked up at Xianxia, hesitation flashing in her eyes. A long time passed before she sighed. You shouldn't have come. The reason I didn't ask you to come here previously is that this place is simply too dangerous. He shrugged. But I'm already here. She smiled bitterly. It's probably impossible to ask you to leave now, right? He grinned. There's nothing I can do if you knock me out and order somebody to take me away. He was quite worried that she might actually do this in fact. Although he didn't know why she wanted him to leave, it was best if he spoke first and cut off the idea. Can't you go back for me? I didn't bring you back from the star boundary for you to die here. Xianxia thought about it quietly for a moment before shaking his head. I'll be careful. I knew it would turn out this way. She pushed her hair behind her ear and looked at the battlefield in the distance. After a moment, she began to explain. Baizhua is right. This matter is both a life-or-death gamble and a great opportunity for all half-saints. That's because they will be the ones to deliver the final blow. Xianxia felt extremely shocked, so much so that his complexion paled. She had only used the words will be. It wasn't something that had already happened. Nevertheless, it was very likely to come true since a demon saint had said so. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, Xianxia tried his best to speak in a calm voice. It's not difficult to understand the part about a life-or-death gamble. Half-saints aiming to kill a great emperor certainly requires them to put their life on the line, but what do you mean by a great opportunity? Could it be that they would gain some sort of benefit from killing Bright Moon? This was what puzzled him the most. What benefit would they gain from killing a great emperor? Perhaps it was because his current cultivation was not enough, which was why he couldn't figure it out. Ru Meng gently continued, we didn't kill Bright Moon at the beginning and instead arranged a grand spirit array and used a profound blood sacrifice technique to trap him here. At first, we planned to let him weaken gradually until he died in this place. He is a great emperor of the star boundary, so his very existence represents a part of the great world's will belonging to the star boundary. If he dies here, under the right circumstances, that part of the star boundary's will would be absorbed and assimilated into the demon realm, bringing it unimaginable benefits. That point was consistent with what Bright Moon had said before. He also mentioned that one of the reasons why the demon saints didn't kill him was that they were afraid he might fight back like a cornered beast and cause serious problems for one or more of them before dying. However, the more important reason was that they wanted to let the demon realm eat him. The capacity of the world would increase in turn, allowing for the rise of another demon saint. Meanwhile, the star boundary would permanently lose a great emperor. This trade-off would have an enormous impact on the two great worlds. The number of top masters in the star boundary was already considerably lower than the demon realm. Be it great emperors or pseudo-great emperors, their numbers were incomparable with the numbers of demon saints and half-saints in the demon realm. The only advantage the star boundary currently held was the home court advantage. Yu Meng continued, "We don't know how Bright Moon managed to heal himself. He even broke through the blood sacrifice technique and the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array, but it's impossible to try and trap him here again, so we made some adjustments to the original plan. The 12 of us will work together to bring him to the brink of death. Then the half-saints will land the final blow. The person who kills Bright Moon will have an opportunity to snatch the part of the great world's will in him." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes when he heard those words. "Something like that is possible?" She replied indifferently, "You are currently not strong enough. So it's normal that you don't understand these things, but it's precisely because of this point that the person who lands the last blow must be a half-saint. In that way, the person who accepts the part of the great world's will into themselves will have a great chance of growing into a new demon saint. Although it was easier for the demon saints to kill Bright Moon themselves, accepting the great world's will would be of little use to them, far less so than compared to the birth of a 13th demon saint. So this is the situation behind the so-called great opportunity." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. Based on what she told me, the odds are stacked against Bright Moon. Damn it. What can I do to help him? If anything, it would be best if you killed Bright Moon with your own hands. Yu Meng suddenly looked at him with a complicated expression. What do you mean? He forced himself to compose his emotions, lest she saw through him. She smiled. Every great world is distinct and unique in its properties. It is extremely difficult for a member of the demon race to accept the star boundary's will. For all we know, even if a half-saint manages to kill Bright Moon and snatch the great world's will that belongs to him, they might explode and die from the backlash. But you were different. You were originally from the star boundary. Compared to the demon race, it would undoubtedly be easier for you to accept that great world's will. It is also easier for you to obtain the great world's will's recognition." His eyes lit up upon hearing that. "I can try. If I can openly approach Bright Moon with a valid reason, I might get an opportunity to leave with him." "No!" Yu Meng's expression changed as she shouted. "You must not get such thoughts in your head." "Why?" He frowned. "It's too dangerous. I'll be careful." She looked at him firmly. "Don't force me to knock you unconscious." "I will never allow you to take such a risk." Yang Kai felt exasperated but could only nod in response. "Good. Since you've said so, then I will only watch the fun from the side." After a pause, he gave a bitter laugh. "Having said that, there's nothing fun to see here anyway. The battlefield was too far away." Although he could feel the world-shattering commotion coming from that direction, he couldn't get a glimpse of anything with his current eyesight. It left him feeling extremely frustrated. Yu Meng pondered for a while and gently said, "It's not like you can't watch. But you have to obediently watch from here. Don't think about doing anything else." I know. He looked at her somewhat excitedly. Although he didn't know what methods she was going to use, since she said as such, it could only mean that she had a way to let him see what was going on clearly. Yu Meng shook her head helplessly, and with a flip of her hand, she took out a mirror-like demon artifact. Her demon chi surged, and the mirror suddenly rose up with the wind, becoming as big as a table in an instant, lying horizontally in front of him. When the pitch-black demon chi churned, the surface of the mirror rippled like a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread, a scenery gradually appeared on the surface of the mirror. It was not clear but not blurry either. It was tolerable in terms of clarity. Yang Kai looked at it probingly, then turned his head to look at his surroundings and wondered, "Does this mirror reflect everything you see?" The scenery shown in the mirror at this moment was clearly reflecting the mountain valley where they were located currently. It wasn't a static image either. Rather, it moved as her vision moved. Thus, the scenery in the mirror was constantly changing. Yu Meng gently nodded. "That's right. Amazing." He couldn't help praising. The function of the demon mirror might not seem very useful, but it was exactly what he needed at this moment. It was impossible for Yu Meng to stay with him constantly. When the time came, she would have to join the battle personally. At that time, the situation on the battlefield would become clear at a glance. Remember what you promised me. She did not go into battle right away. Instead, she found a place to meditate cross-legged. She did not seem to be injured on the surface, but Xianxia had the feeling that she was still wounded. Otherwise, she would not be so quick to try to recuperate. It was not easy for a demon saint to heal once they were injured. Since Yu Meng didn't join the fight, Xianxia couldn't see what was happening on the battlefield. He could only wait patiently regardless of how anxious he was. During this period, he brooded hard over something. He was trying to see if there was a way he could get Bright Moon out of trouble, but he couldn't think of anything no matter how hard he racked his brain. Not unless he could persuade Yu Meng to help. Unfortunately, the chances were not great even if she did agree to help. As time passed, the battle up ahead became more and more intense. It seemed as though other demon saints had rushed over. Bright Moon had already been outnumbered in the first place. Now that the number of enemies had increased, his situation became even less hopeful. Concurrently, the entire Eternal Sky Continent's world principles were becoming increasingly fragmented. Wave after wave of aftershocks coming from the attack swept over, making all the demons present extremely nervous. They were worried that the continent might be destroyed, and they would all be swallowed up into the void as a result. All of a sudden, Yu Meng abruptly opened her eyes. She looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Then she stood up. Xianxia turned to look at her before she swayed slightly and disappeared from that spot, leaving only a light fragrance blowing in his face. Upon seeing that, he hurried over to the front of the demon mirror, grasping the edges of it with both hands as he anxiously lowered his head to look. The scenery in the demon mirror was changing rapidly, making it obvious that Yu Meng was moving swiftly. Approximately 30 breaths later, dazzling bursts of light shone out from the demon mirror and were immediately followed by loud explosions booming out from within. Xianxia was stunned. He never imagined that not only could the demon mirror transmit pictures but also sounds. It was a good thing for him. This would make it easier for him to understand the situation on the other side. The image froze as Yu Meng stopped in her tracks. When the dazzling bursts of light faded, 7 or 8 figures stood proudly in the sky. One person stood in the center and the rest were scattered around him. The person in the middle was covered in blood. His originally white clothes were dyed blood red. Nobody knew whether the blood belonged to him or the enemy. He looked rather tired but was still as calm as the wind. Xianxia's eyes narrowed at the sight. Bright Moon's situation as of this moment was extremely dire. Even though he had recovered with the help of the leaves of the immortal tree that Xianxia had given him, it was clear that he was badly injured again after going through such an intense battle. He was no longer bound by the Blood Sea and the Spirit Array, but the 12 demon saints were still gathered in Eternal Sky Continent. It was now as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to escape from this place. The demon saints surrounding him were greatly varied, including both men and women. They represented the demon realm's strongest combat forces. Whether stern and gloomy, smiling or cold and distant, they all had different expressions. Xianxia did not know many of them. He had some small dealings with Bai Liemo before, so they were not strangers, and he had seen Xueli once from a distance. Xueli originated from the Blood Demon clan, and was the one who presided over the blood sacrifice technique. The abundant blood qi in his body was not something that other people could match up to. However, his current condition was not much better than Bright Moon's. He was also covered in wounds. It would seem that he had suffered quite terribly at Bright Moon's hands. In addition to Xueli, there was also a bloated, short, crimson demon saint that concerned Xianxia greatly. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably a red demon. What? Even a red demon can become a demon saint? Aren't they the lowest caste of demons in the demon realm? What other means do they have aside from their own self-destruction? Moreover, this red demon saint was in the same state as Xueli. He was heavily injured. In particular, there was a gentle glow coming from his chest area that continued to radiate soft white light. It was causing him a certain degree of interference and injury with every passing moment. This was clearly Bright Moon's doing. Boya's weak voice suddenly came from beside him. That person is probably Senior Huabo of the Red Demon clan. He turned to look behind him and saw that He-In, Lao Ku, and the others had gathered around too. It was clear that they were very concerned about the situation on the battlefield. Be that as it may, they did not dare to get too close without his permission. Wuxia was the only one who did not act like an outsider, standing next to him and watching along with him. So, that's Wubo. When Xianxia went over to Baiju's station previously, he had heard from him that Bright Moon was fighting against Shueli and Wubo. He had made a mental note of their names at the time. From what he could see, all three who had fought since the beginning were not doing so well. On the other hand, the other demon saints who came later seemed to be unharmed. At the very least, that was how they looked on the surface. The rest of the demon saints had their soul wisps destroyed, so they were surely suffering from a certain degree of damage. Didn't I tell you to go and get some rest? Xianxia frowned and glanced at the injury on Wuxia's shoulder. Wuxia shook her head. It's nothing serious. Not to mention, this is such a rare battle that only occurs once every few thousand years. I really don't want to miss it. Nobody wanted to miss spectating this battle. Judging from the looks on the faces of Lao Ku, Kusan, and the others, it was obvious that they thought the same way. Thus, Xianxia left them alone. I can't believe even a red demon can become a demon saint. He is a red demon, right? Xianxia frowned, voicing his suspicions as a question. Wuxia chuckled. The entire demon realm considers it a miracle. You aren't the only one to find it hard to believe. Nobody in the demon realm can believe it either. Even now, no other master has been born to the Red Demon Clan. Senior Wubo is certainly one of the 12 demon saints. Nobody knows what opportunities he came across in his early years. The world was vast and full of surprises. There was always something unthinkable that nobody could ever have imagined. Xianxia's eyes shifted. He pointed at another demon saint and asked, "What about him?" He was only observing the situation on the other side through the mirror-like demon artifact. Even so, this demon saint stood out as the most conspicuous existence. It wasn't his appearance, but rather the feeling he gave off that made him impossible to ignore. Xianxia could tell at a glance that this person was not to be trifled with. Likewise, Wuxia's expression was extremely solemn as she identified that person carefully and replied, "If I'm not wrong, that would be the first demon saint, Senior Huang Wuji." The first demon saint? Xianxia was surprised. There are rankings among the 12 demon saints? It had been a long time since he came to Demon Realm, but he had never heard about that before. I wonder how Yu Ru Meng ranks. And what about Baliamo? Wuxia, however, laughed and shook her head at his question. The other demon saints do not have ranks. Senior Huang Wuji is the only person publicly recognized as the first demon saint. Is he the strongest? Xianxia asked in a grim voice. Not only that. He is also the oldest demon saint. She nodded lightly. He studied the image seriously and memorized that person's appearance before asking, "Which demon clan does he come from?" The Strength Demon Clan. Xianxia nodded slightly. The Strength Demon Clan from the demon race was naturally known for their incredible strength. Additionally, this person was the strongest and oldest demon saint. His strength had probably reached a realm that was difficult to even imagine. Was there anybody who could even fight against him in the star boundary? Afterwards, Xianxia got to know each of the demon saints through Wuxia's explanations. In truth, she had never met any of these demon saints either, but their racial characteristics were very distinct. Moreover, many of them were exceedingly well known throughout the demon realm, so she only needed to match their appearances to their names. Flame Demon Qi Yen, Feather Demon Fu Yu, Stone Demon Mo Kan, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Liao, Bone Demon Gemeng, Sand Demon Yu Qiu. Adding Charm Demon Yu Ru Meng, Snow Demon Bei Li Mo, Red Demon Huobo, Blood Demon Shueli, and Strength Demon Huang Wuji. These were the 12 demon saints who stood at the pinnacle of the demon realm. All of them were gathered in this place. Furthermore, each of the 12 clans represented by the demon saints, aside from the Red Demon Clan, were among the most powerful clans in the demon realm. Staring at the scene in the mirror, Xianxia held his breath, feeling as if he was experiencing the calm before the storm. Bright Moon stood alone on a battlefield located an unknown distance away, explicitly or implicitly confronting the 12 demon saints. His expression was calm and unruffled. On the other hand, many of the demon saints did not seem to have the intention to make the first move either. They had an absolute advantage in numbers and were confident that they could keep him in this place forever. Even so, one or two among them might end up severely injured if Bright Moon fought back desperately. A moment of carelessness, and he could drag any one of them down with him. Therefore, none of them were making the first move even though they held the upper hand on the battlefield. What's more, their plan was not to kill Bright Moon, but rather to exhaust his strength as much as possible to create a greater chance for the half-saints behind them to kill him. Silence blanketed the entire world. Even the sounds of breathing were practically undetectable. This standoff lasted for several days and nights. The figures of the great emperor and the demon saints were so motionless that they looked like they were part of an eternal painting of the world, leaving Xianxia feeling extremely anxious. He might not be on the battlefield, but he knew that the longer they dragged things out, the slimmer Bright Moon's chance of escaping became. Although the confrontation had lasted for several days, Bright Moon had not been able to rest at all during these few days. The 12 demon saints' auras were firmly locked on him, and if he so much as showed the slightest weakness, they would immediately rain down a storm of attacks on him. Thus, he needed to always maintain peak vigilance to overcome this calamity. Under these circumstances, his mental strength was being consumed at a rapid rate. How could he possibly even get a moment of respite? Even as a bystander, Xianxia understood such an apparent truth. So how could Bright Moon, who was stuck in the center of the vortex, be unaware of it? In order to break the stalemate, he would need to take great risks to have a chance of surviving. If this standoff were to continue, his situation would only get worse and worse. All of a sudden, without warning, Bright Moon moved. He slowly raised a hand, straightening his palm in front of his chest to use a secret technique. His surface was instantly covered in a layer of gentle light. Many of the demon saints changed their expressions in unison the moment he made a move. The demon chi coming from each individual roared into the sky. The reflection in the mirror-like demon artifact showed Xueli's figure flickering. He turned into a blood ray and rushed at Bright Moon, seemingly going for the kill. The blood ray instantly arrived in front of Bright Moon and abruptly transformed into a blood web that could corrode anything and engulfed Bright Moon from above. Bright Moon's other hand grabbed at something in the void. A long sword that seemed to be formed from condensed moonlight appeared in his hand. Without even bothering to look, he slashed out with the sword. The blood web split into two, skimming past his body. Then it gathered together again to form Xueli's figure. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of blood mist at Bright Moon. Bright Moon had no time to bother about anything else as a round moon suddenly appeared behind him, hanging above his head. The moonlight illuminated the place, and the blood mist quickly evaporated. At the same time, his sword slashed out like a dragon. The moonlight longsword transformed into a rain of swords and created a shield in front of him. Meanwhile, clusters of crimson balls had already flown to his front during that time. It was Huobo who had launched a sneak attack while Xueli was keeping Bright Moon busy. Xianxia could clearly see that the clusters of crimson balls had been shot out by Huobo from a distance at an unimaginably high speed. The sword net collided with the crimson balls and loud explosions immediately rang out. The small balls burst open as though many red demons had self-destructed on the spot, wrapping Bright Moon's figure in a dazzling light. Shio shio shio. 3 rays of light appeared at that moment, shot from a far distance. It was the supreme archery performed by feathered demon Fuyu. There was also an incomparably tall skeleton of withered bones that approached from below, his jaws opening and closing as he approached, letting out a chattering sound that was extremely disturbing. A sandstorm blew violently while the shadow demon saint had already concealed his figure. The stone demon's body glowed with a rocky luster as he rushed to the forefront, acting as a physical shield to block Bright Moon's continuous attacks with his strong defensive ability. A chilly wind howled as snowflakes danced. Each snowflake was like a sharp blade and formed together into a deadly whirlwind. On the other side, there was a blazing fire that illuminated the world as Flame Demon, Saint Qian, incinerated his surroundings, as though he wanted the entire world to burn to ashes. A dreamy murmuring sounded as the scene on the demon artifact mirror changed so rapidly that it was shocking. The smallest flinch had set off a chain reaction. With a single move from Bright Moon, the 12 demon saints attacked all at once, and the silent battlefield instantly broke out into a ferocious melee. The scenery on the mirror-like demon artifact was shaking fiercely as all kinds of light flooded the scene and bursts of deafening explosions blasted out one after another. Xianxia no longer had a clear view of the situation there anymore and clasped the edges of the demon mirror tightly with both hands, his expression so solemn that it was dreadful. Wuxia turned to look at him curiously and ruminated over something for a moment before she spoke up comfortingly. All 12 demon saints are there. Nothing will happen to Holy Venerable. You don't need to worry so much. Xianxia naturally remained silent. He was not worried about you, Ru Meng. He was worried about Bright Moon. The demon saints had successfully injured Bright Moon heavily and trapped him in Eternal Sky Continent back then, so it was possible for them to do it again today. Compared to back then, though, the demon saints had an even stronger lineup today. Bright Moon's current situation was truly worrying. The battle showed no signs of stopping once it began. Be it Bright Moon or the many demon saints, they were going to fight to the death here. When the scenery in the demon mirror occasionally paused for a moment, Xianxia could see a blur of the situation there. Without any surprise, Bright Moon was being besieged by attacks. He was being hard-pressed, and his situation became increasingly severe with each passing moment. Facing so many enemies alone, it was already astonishing for a single person to be able to hold out so well, but what were his odds of survival even if he fought back desperately? Xianxia didn't know what Bright Moon had planned, but it was clear his chances of escaping were very slim now that things had progressed to this point. Xianxia assessed his own strength over and over again, wondering what he could do to help if he rushed over, but what discouraged him was that he concluded he would not be able to get close to the battlefield even if he brought out all his trump cards. His fingernails cut into his flesh, causing golden blood to dye the edges of the demon mirror. His expression was so savage that it looked like he was about to kill somebody. Wuxia and the others could sense his foul mood, and feeling that silence was golden, none of them dared to disturb him. Time passed slowly, and with the help of Ru Meng's occasional pause between attacks, Xianxia could see a little bit of the situation on the battlefield through the demon mirror. Bright Moon was covered in blood and terribly injured. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and even if Xianxia wasn't on the scene himself and could not experience the power of the secret techniques and the divine abilities Bright Moon displayed, he could tell that they were not as powerful as before. On the contrary, the demon saints became more relaxed. The innate divine abilities of the 12 demon saints were different, and they mutually reinforced each other's strengths while covering for their weaknesses. 2 or 3 of the demon saints were gathered around Bright Moon at every moment to tie him down, while the demon saints who were proficient in long-range attacks took distance to severely wound him. Blood repeatedly splashed across the sky. The shadow demon saint, Wuxia, was also lurking around elusively. He would appear whenever Bright Moon showed an opening, leaving another wound on his target's body. The full moon hanging behind Bright Moon's head had become cloudy and sallow. It could no longer shine with the brilliant light it had before. The world shattered as enormous cracks in space split open. Nobody could tell how much time had passed, but suddenly, Bright Moon let out a soft chuckle on the chaotic battlefield and his voice spread over his surroundings. Bright Moon is honored that all holy venerables think so highly of me that you have all turned out in full force. I will have no regrets even if I die in this place. But my life is not something you can take just because you want to. After saying so, a light suddenly flooded the world. It was so bright that even the surface of the demon mirror turned blazing white. Immediately after that, a sensational aura spread out from the distance. Xianxia raised his head abruptly and looked in that direction, his complexion deathly pale as he felt like he was going to faint. Has Bright Moon been forced to self-destruct out of desperation? It would be impossible for a great emperor to choose such a decisive way to end his life unless he had no other choice. At this moment, Xianxia only felt as though somebody was squeezing his heart. It was so suffocating that he could barely breathe. Xianxia never imagined that he would witness the fall of a great emperor with his own eyes one day. He did not know what the Great Emperor War had been like tens of thousands of years ago, but it must have been simply astonishing with heaven-devouring Great Emperor dominating the battlefield. Although many great emperors had worked together to fight him, quite a few of them had still been killed in the end. Wu Kuang, who cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, had terrifying recovery abilities and endurance, but even he had lost his life in the Shattered Star Sea. So what more need be said about Bright Moon? Yang Kai should have expected this situation a long time ago. Even so, he found it hard to believe when he actually witnessed it. His figure swayed, and he instinctively began to push his space principles to rush over. It no longer mattered what he could do to help, he was the only one who could save Bright Moon now. If he didn't do anything, then there was nobody else in this world who could give Bright Moon a hand. As for the consequences, Yang Kai had no time to think about them. The main reason why he came to the demon realm was to save Bright Moon. Now that Bright Moon was in danger, he could not simply stand by and watch him die without doing anything. Cries of exclamation came from many demon saints in the demon mirror. The scenery in the mirror was also retreating rapidly, and it was obvious that Yu Meng was fleeing from the battlefield after sensing something was wrong so as not to be affected by Bright Moon's self-destruction. A moment later, though, her shout came through the demon mirror loud and clear. "Damn! We were fooled!" Yang Kai froze in his tracks, and the space principles around him instantly fell silent as he turned his head to look at the mirror. The incandescent light that originally filled the entire mirror had disappeared at some point. In Yu Meng's field of vision, Bright Moon had turned into a white streak. Just as the many demon saints pulled away and retreated, he took advantage of the opening to rush out of the encirclement and dash in a certain direction. Shio shio shio. The sound of something slicing through the air echoed as the feathered demon Saint Fu Yu stood above the clouds and rapidly drew her bow. Several rays of light flew out like falling stars chasing after the moon. Those arrows ignored the barriers of space and appeared right behind Bright Moon the moment they left the bowstring. Yang Kai had only just begun to feel relief when anxiety filled him again. Even though he had never experienced it before, he could still imagine the horror of the feathered demon saint's archery skills. Yu was only a mid-ranked demon king, but more than one high-ranked demon king had died at her hands. The Feather Demon clan specialized at sniping from a distance. Bright Moon might not be able to avoid such an attack in his best condition, so what about now? Just when Yang Kai was feeling extremely nervous, Bright Moon's figure urgently swooped downward, as though he had grown eyes on the back of his head. He narrowly avoided the series of sharp arrows, but before Yang Kai could rejoice, those arrows that were like streaming lights simultaneously turned around and chased after Bright Moon without pause. Fu Yu's arrows seemed to be guided by her divine sense to lock onto Bright Moon. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he couldn't get them off his tail. He twisted and turned several times but still couldn't shake off the streaming arrows chasing him. Taking advantage of his preoccupation, the demon saints he had deceived previously regained their senses and their figures shifted as they gathered around from all directions. It wouldn't take any longer than 3 breaths for Bright Moon to be surrounded again. Then, he would lose his slight opening he spent so much effort creating. As such, he was extremely decisive. Flipping mid-air, Bright Moon weaved a set of hand seals and flashes of moonlight swiftly shot out behind him. An explosion rang out and the flashes of moonlight vanished out of sight. The streaming arrows were shot down one after another. Blood flowed from the corners of Bright Moon's mouth due to the shock. The price might have been high, but he would still have a good chance of escaping as long as he managed to disrupt Fu Yu's attack. The encirclement of the demon saints had yet to close, and the blood demon saint, who was the one nearest to him, was at least 50 kilometers away. He might be able to take this chance to escape as long as he could rush to the nearest territory gate. It was at that moment that a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Bright Moon like a ghost, and a gleam of light slashed past him lightly. Yang Kai's eyes abruptly widened to the size of saucers. All the blood in his body turned as cold as ice in that instant. Time seemed to freeze. Reflected in the surface of the demon mirror, Bright Moon was still facing the various demon saints when, behind his back, a black shadow clung to his side. Nobody knew when that black shadow had appeared there, almost to the point where it seemed it had always been there. The glow from the flashes of moonlight had yet to fade when fresh blood spurted out from Bright Moon's waist. The picture began moving again. Blood splattered everywhere and Bright Moon's entire body shuddered as if he was struck by lightning. He didn't even think about it as he struck behind him with a backhanded blow. That ghostly figure quickly retreated, avoiding the blow, and stood at a distance of several thousand meters away from Bright Moon, glancing forward with an indifferent gaze. The figure was holding a pitch-black dagger in their hand, one that was dripping with red blood, making it very eye-catching. Many demon saints stopped in their tracks, no longer having any intention to give chase. All of them were gazing at Bright Moon with complicated looks. They didn't show any excitement at their success nor hostility towards their enemy. Even Xueli and Huobo, who had been fighting Bright Moon before, were silent. Bright Moon was nearly severed in two from that blow, and the demon saints no longer needed to take action. That was because Bright Moon would never escape from this place even if they didn't do anything. That blow had not only cut him deeply, it also severed all his hopes of escape. The next stage of their plan was prepared for the half-saints who wanted to compete for the opportunity. The many demon saints had long agreed that none of them could interfere unless forced to do so. Whoever received this opportunity would be up to the means of the half-saints serving under them. Wu Hua. Standing in front of the mirror, Yang Kai clenched his fists, ground his teeth, and muttered coldly. However, he soon discovered that the person who had attacked Bright Moon was not Wu Hua. That was because the shadow demon saint Wu Hua was clearly standing on the other side of Yu Ru Meng's field of vision. If it wasn't Wu Hua, then who was it? The person who attacked clearly belonged to the Shadow Demon clan. Moreover, a person who would dare to attack a great emperor at this time would definitely be a demon saint. Otherwise, the attack would not have succeeded. Recalling the scene when the strange figure appeared, Yang Kai's mind flashed back to the time when he was attacked outside Orthodoxy Temple. That scene was extremely similar to what had happened just now. In that tense moment, a name popped out. Night Shadow Great Emperor, Ken Yi. I can't believe he's here. It seemed that Ken Yi had been hiding in Eternal Sky Continent for a long time now, just waiting to land a fatal blow on Bright Moon at this critical moment. Yang Kai wasn't expecting this, and it was clear that Bright Moon had not been expecting it either. It could also be said that he would have been powerless even if he had taken precautions against the attack. Bright Moon couldn't stop coughing up blood. The aura of a great emperor was fading quickly. A feeble light appeared at the location of the huge wound. It was barely able to stop the deterioration of the injury, but it was just part of his dying struggle. Ken Ye's blow had not just sliced open a wound that was visible to the naked eye. It had also sliced through the invisible foundation of the great emperor. Bright Moon staggered, turned to face Ken Yi, and wiped at the blood at the corners of his mouth with his hand. Although he was in a desperate situation, his expression remained unchanged in the face of death, and his dry lips parted to ask, "Is the demon realm really that great? If not for Ken Yi, the two worlds passage would not have been opened. If not for Ken Yi, there would be no war between the star boundary and the demon realm." It could even be said that most of the responsibility for the current situation in the star boundary lay with Ken Yi. Ken Yi didn't answer. His body, which was wrapped in a black shadow, gradually faded and slowly vanished out of sight. Just as he came without a trace, he also left without one. Bright Moon slowly shook his head. He then turned around to face the 12 demon saints. His gaze flicked across the faces of each of the demon saints. In the end, his gaze landed on Huang Wuji as he spoke softly, "Many thanks for joining hands and facing me. I will die with no regrets. Although I will be dying here today, the light of the Bright Moon will not be extinguished." Huang Wuji stood with one hand behind him, lifting his other hand slightly to gesture politely at Bright Moon. Bright Moon smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to grab at something in the void, and the moonlight longsword appeared in his hand again. He glanced sideways as an unknown number of half-saints had gathered in all directions, staring at him either openly or covertly. The eyes of every one of those half-saints were filled with obvious greed and covetousness. Bright Moon staggered to turn around. The sword in his hand danced gracefully as many of the half-saints retreated in unison. Although his aura had weakened considerably and the aura of a great emperor was rapidly fading, he was still not an ordinary person and could not be underestimated. Who knew how many half-saints he could kill before he died? Therefore, none of the half-saints that came from many different continents dared to act rashly, even though they couldn't wait to rush in to kill Bright Moon. Clearly, being first here was not wise. The expressions on the faces of the demon saints were quite gloomy, but none of them spoke up to criticize the half-saints. They knew what these half-saints were scared of after all. More than 10,000 kilometers away, the The space principles around Xianxia's body fluctuated as he performed consecutive instantaneous movements without stopping. He was rushing towards the battlefield. The regret in his heart could not be any deeper. If I had known earlier that this would have happened, I would have taken Bright Moon away from this place 1 year ago. Although Xueli and the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array were there at the time, it would still have been better than the current situation where all 12 demon saints have gathered. Unfortunately, he also understood that Bright Moon had been severely injured back then. Bright Moon could not have faced off against Xueli in that condition, and he didn't have the strength to take Bright Moon away either. Now that things had reached this point, he no longer understood why Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor had wanted him to enter the demon realm to rescue Bright Moon. Bright Moon's situation was doomed from the beginning. What was the use of sending him here?
Could it be just so that he could witness the fall of a great emperor?
On the battlefield, the 12 demon saints watched quietly as Bright Moon swung the sword in his hands. He walked across the sky, blood spilling along the way. His aura was disappearing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, but even so, the half-saints blocking his way backed away constantly with every step he took forward. A gloomy atmosphere pressed down on the hearts of every single half-saint present. It felt as though they were standing in the eye of the storm with the howling winds rampaging around them. The concealed murderous intent coming from Bright Moon made chills run down their backs. All of a sudden, a certain half-saint could no longer withstand this tormenting pressure. He gave a loud roar and lunged towards Bright Moon, striking out with his fist. Wherever the fist passed, space collapsed. However, Bright Moon didn't even bother looking up and just casually slashed out with his sword. An explosion sounded and that half-saint and Bright Moon locked in an impasse for a fleeting moment. Then the half-saint was cleaved into two. Blood spurted out like rain and his body turned into a cloud of mist. At the same time, Bright Moon coughed up a mouthful of blood and his body trembled slightly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been absolutely terrifying to hear that a half-saint had been killed in a single move.
It was also enough to deter anybody from daring to act rashly, but surprisingly, it didn't horrify the half-saints today, and instead many of them revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. It was just that, even though the half-saint had been killed, he had also worsened Bright Moon's injuries.
This was something that was basically impossible under normal circumstances. A great emperor was that powerful after all. He could kill a half-saint on the spot with a mere wave of his hand. And yet, Bright Moon was currently coughing up blood non-stop.
In other words, the half-saints present here were more than qualified to threaten the life of this great emperor of the star boundary.
That was enough. 1 or 2 half-saints might not be a match for him, but what about 10? Or 20? There were more half-saints than that here. He would die even if all they used were their numbers to kill him by piling themselves on top of him. Before coming here, all the half-saints had mentally prepared themselves to put their lives on the line, so how could they shrink back at this time just because one of them had fallen? Nevertheless, the fall of that leading half-saint was not without effect. At the very least, the remaining half-saints were afraid to act rashly. Everybody could see that Bright Moon was no longer at his peak, but he was still more than capable of killing off a few half-saints with ease. Nobody wanted to sacrifice themselves for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just to help somebody else. For that reason, everybody else simply surrounded Bright Moon tightly after the fall of that half-saint.
They followed his movements and constantly kept their distance, but nobody dared to take action. Meanwhile, messages were sent out.
All the demon race armies stationed at various locations in Eternal Sky Continent suited up, marched in unison, and rushed towards the place where Bright Moon was located.
The half-saints did not want to die in vain, hence they could only pin their hopes on the demon race armies under their command, hoping to exhaust Bright Moon's strength further. There would definitely come a time when the great emperor of the star boundary would be completely spent.
That would be when the half-saints would fight for the opportunity. A short while later, one of the half-saints did not hesitate to give the demon kings in his army the order to attack the moment the first group arrived at the battlefield. The demon kings were full of reluctance, but they did not dare to disobey the order. Thus, they could only grit their teeth and charge. Their roars resounded across the sky as armies of millions floated into the air and swept out like a dense swarm of locusts. Bright Moon sighed. The moonlight sword in his hand shone dazzlingly. Several sword waves sped through the air and smashed millions to pieces. The second army arrived, followed by the third. Countless demon race armies were arriving in a steady stream. The world was dyed crimson with blood. The moonlight sword flashed a few more times, and thousands of the demons fell from the sky at every moment. It looked like the battlefield was raining from a distance. Even though the demon race suffered countless deaths and injuries, what caught everyone's attention was the tragic yet majestic fate of the great emperor. A great emperor from the star boundary shore is amazing. Bei Liemo suddenly came to Yu Rumeng's side and sighed lightly. Yu Rumeng wrinkled her eyebrows, secretly feeling wary of Bei Liemo. The two of them had always been at odds with each other. She didn't know what kind of intentions Bei Liemo held in her heart for her to run over here so suddenly, so how could she not be vigilant? Thus, she snorted softly and said, "I don't think you will be any worse than him if you were driven to such a desperate situation." Bei Liemo glanced at Yu Rumeng and chuckled. "Little sister, are you trying to jinx me? How could I fall into such a piteous situation?" Yu Rumeng said coldly, "That's hard to say. Who knows what might happen to you one day?" Bei Liemo's expression darkened as she angrily snapped, "It's true that nothing good comes out of the mouth of a dog. I thought I'd give you a warning, but it looks like I shouldn't have bothered." Yu Rumeng frowned. "Warn me about what?" Bei Liemo sneered and didn't bother to reply to that. Yu Rumeng stared at Bei Liemo suspiciously for a long while, but seeing she had no intention of responding, she impatiently snapped, "Speak if you have something to say. Stop trying to act mysterious." Bei Liemo pondered in silence for a moment before sighing. "Ha! Forget it. Why do I always have to be so kind-hearted?" Those words nearly made Yu Rumeng burst out into laughter. If Bei Liemo was considered kind-hearted, then there could be no treacherous people in this world anymore. Nevertheless, she could sense that Bei Liemo truly had something to say to her. It was not a good time to be at each other's throats. "Where's that little boy toy of yours? Is he safe?" Bei Liemo winked at Yu Rumeng. Yu Rumeng's expression changed drastically as she quickly turned her head to look in Xianxia's direction. In the next moment, a powerful divine sense spread out. 10 breaths later, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "You sang, you court death." While speaking, her tender body moved to rush in that direction, but to her surprise, a figure suddenly stood in front of her and blocked her way. That person had a slender body, a head of crimson hair flying in the wind, and blood-red eyes that exuded a wicked light. Although his complexion was pale, there was a smile hanging from the corners of his lips. She narrowed her eyes slightly. "What is the meaning of this, Xueli?" Xueli smiled faintly and answered her question with another question. "Where are you going? What do my whereabouts have to do with you?" "Get out of the way," she screamed. He slowly shook his head. "The matter with Bright Moon isn't over yet. You can't leave, not until he is dead." Yu Rumeng roared furiously. "Bright Moon is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you need to be so cautious? Besides, it's not like I'm leaving Eternal Sky Continent. I'll be back soon." He shook his head. "These are Big Brother Huang's orders. If you want to leave, you can go and ask Big Brother Huang for his permission." Yu Rumeng couldn't help turning and glancing at Huang Wuji, who was standing some distance away. When she saw his indifferent expression, she suddenly felt uneasiness blooming in her heart. Huang Wuji was the first demon saint. He must have seen and heard what was going on here. However, he was not saying anything about the situation. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Xueli's actions. What is the significance of all this? Does making things hard for me benefit them somehow? Yu Rumeng's pretty face instantaneously became gloomy before she sternly asked, "Has Yu Sang defected to you? Otherwise, how could Yu Sang return from the two worlds battlefield without saying a single word to her? How could he dare to attack Xianxia earlier? What's more, he was currently lying in ambush on the path Xianxia was taking here. Yu Sang must have found someone to back him, which was why he was acting so fearlessly." Xueli grinned. "Don't make it sound so heinous. It's not defecting per se. Yu Sang is just returning to his roots. Don't forget, Yu Sang is a member of the Blood Demon clan. What are your real intentions here?" Her expression was so dismal that it was practically dripping with gloom. Bei Liemo laughed softly by the side as she said, "It's not like we're trying to do anything. It's just that Brat can repair and maintain the territory gates, which is very useful to the demon realm.
It's such a pity that he seemed to be getting a little too close to 100 Spirits continent recently. We need to teach him his place.
He might be from the star boundary, but he still needs to know who is in charge in the demon realm. Upon hearing those words, Ru Meng's heart sank. It would seem that Zhui Feng's appearance had made the 12 demon saints extremely concerned. When they had Bright Moon as an enemy before, they had no time to care about anything else. However, Bright Moon was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Now that they were about to make their move, they were quick to turn on a friend and showed no mercy in doing so. Biting her red lips, she coldly said, "If anything happens to him, you will definitely pay the price." "Oh my." Bei Liemo patted her full bosom exaggeratedly, smiling brightly as she cheerfully said, "Little sister, your angry expression is so frightening." Shueli smiled slightly. "Don't worry. He won't die. I have talked to Sang. He can only maim but not kill. After all, there are still many territory gates in the demon realm that need his attention. It will be a huge loss for us if he dies." With Shueli and Bei Liemo blocking the way, Ru Meng knew that it was impossible for her to leave this place. Yang Kai would not be in mortal danger even if he fell into Yu Sang's hands. Nevertheless, he would ultimately suffer severe torture. Yu Sang hated him deeply after all. It could even be said that he would most likely be placed under house arrest in the future. She herself would also be forced into a disadvantageous position. She secretly cursed him in her heart. "Smelly man. How dare he cause trouble for me? I told him to stay there and not make any reckless moves. Why is he even rushing over here? Is the opportunity from a great emperor that easy to obtain? Isn't it great now? He won't even get to see the shadow of the opportunity before falling into somebody else's trap." In the boundless blood sea, Yang Kai's complexion became extremely gloomy. He glanced around his surroundings as the entire world was filled with a blood-red color. The blood waters below churned like the foaming sea. The blood clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring his vision from extending further. He was anxious to rush over to the Moon Great Emperor's side, but to his surprise, he had plunged into this blood sea halfway there and could no longer distinguish north, south, east, or west. With such an obvious method, Yang Kai instantly understood who he was dealing with. He swept a cold gaze over his surroundings and shouted, "Get out here, Yu Sang." Since Yu Sang had been chased away by Bai Zhuo's arrival previously, Yang Kai was surprised to see he had not given up. What's more, he attacked him while the other half-saints were fighting over the grand opportunity. Compared to the resentment and hatred between them, Yang Kai felt that the opportunity to become a demon saint was far more attractive. Thus, he simply could not understand what Yu Sang was thinking. There were blood clouds in the sky and the blood sea below them, while the air in between was filled with blood qi. The blood qi was thick with evil intent. When Yang Kai plunged into this place, he accidentally breathed in some of it and instantly felt dizzy as a result, nearly tumbling into the blood sea. Fortunately, he promptly sealed all the pores on his body and held his breath. Only then did he feel slightly better. He had already tried using his instantaneous movement technique, but unfortunately, this strange place seemed to be an isolated world of its own, making it impossible to leave easily unless he broke the barrier first. There was no movement in the surroundings. It was so quiet that it felt as though he was the only person in the blood-colored world. Be that as it may, he knew that Yu Sang was definitely observing him from somewhere in secret. Seeing this, Yang Kai sneered, "Does a half-saint like you need to play hide and seek like this? Are you afraid you'll become a laughingstock if people learn how cowardly you're acting?" As soon as those words came out, Yu Sang finally reacted. An erratic voice rang out from all directions. "I couldn't do anything to you before because you had help from external forces, but let's see what you can do to stop me now that you are all alone." Yang Kai snorted lightly. "In that case, why don't you show yourself? Why are you wasting so much time?" Bubbles emerged in the blood sea as Yu Sang's figure gradually emerged from within. He had a smirk at the corners of his lips and was just about to speak when Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared out of sight. When Yang Kai reappeared again, he was already right in front of Yu Sang. Even though Yu Sang's strength far surpassed Yang Kai's, he still couldn't help being shocked for a moment. He jerked his head up, and when their gazes met, a golden light shone out of Yang Kai's left eye. one that was both extremely domineering and mesmerizing. While using the Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai executed the Blossoming Lotus secret technique. A pure white lotus bud appeared in a flash and sank into Yu Sang's mind. Yu Sang's vision was instantly filled with the pure white flower, and his spiritual energy was forcibly sucked into the bud, out of his control. The petals subsequently began to unfurl, layer by layer. Immediately following behind the flowers, a sword light slashed out with horrifying killing intent. Demon Eye of Annihilation, Blossoming Lotus secret technique, heaven-severing slash, and instantaneous movement. Yang Kai brought out 4 of his best methods in that instant, all to take his opponent by surprise. He had no other choice. The other party was a half-saint, so he basically had no other card to play except taking a preemptive strike. Unfortunately, he had the feeling that using all these moves together was still not enough to do anything to his opponent. With a cry of surprise, Yu Sang lifted his hand and struck out, his palm landing squarely on Yang Kai's chest. A fleeting look of pain appeared on Yang Kai's face as the sound of bones breaking rang out. Then his entire person flew backwards like an arrow released from its string. While flying in midair, he forced himself to take a deep breath and summon the mountains and rivers bell to cover Yu Sang. With a great splash, Yang Kai fell into the blood sea. The clothes on his body were quickly melted away, and even his intrepid physique could not resist the terrifying corrosive force. By the time he came back out of the blood sea, his entire body was covered in wounds. There was not a single spot on Yang Kai's body that was not injured. Fortunately, the healing ability of someone with the blood of the Dragon Clan was so powerful that this level of injury could not be considered serious. On the other hand, Yu Sang had been caught off guard and lost the initiative. He was currently trapped in the mountains and rivers bell as an overwhelming suppressive aura permeated the air. Violent banging sounds came from inside the bell, and it was clear that he was trying to break free of these restraints. At the same time, his voice roared out from within, "Yang Kai, I will rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." His voice not only sounded absolutely livid, but also loud and energetic. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Even a high-rank demon king would be severely injured after receiving his 4-move combination, but they only had such minor effects on a half-saint. The gap in their strength truly was not something that could be compensated with mere tricks. That's only if you can get out of there. Yang Kai snorted coldly, enduring the feeling as though his head was going to split apart. Yang Kai formed a set of hand seals, causing the engravings on the mountains and rivers bell to flicker, increasing the world-suppressing aura to new heights. Maintaining the activation of the mountains and rivers bell was very exhausting, but Yu Sang would escape very quickly if Yang Kai did not do so. Yang Kai would be no match for Yu Sang the moment he freed himself from his predicament. Neither Zhui Feng nor the embodiment were nearby. Yang Kai was all alone in this place. However, he was certain that both Zhui Feng and the embodiment were catching up. They had hurriedly rushed after him when he sped off just now, but their speed was not as fast as his. Perhaps they had already discovered this blood sea and were trying to find a way to destroy it. They were both half-saints, so their strength was comparable to Yu Sang's. The blood sea would not be able to stop them though, so Yang Kai only needed to hold on for a short while before the opportunity to join up with them would come. Even so, Yang Kai could not pin all his hopes on them. Who knew what strange tricks were hidden in this blood sea? It might have some sort of power to delay them that he didn't know about. Therefore, he spread out his divine sense and explored the blood sea in his surroundings for a weak spot while maintaining the power of the mountains and rivers bell at the same time. Regardless of how he searched though, Yang Kai could not find any useful clues. The blood sea seemed to be a gigantic spirit array and he had no way of destroying it unless he could locate its array core. On the contrary, his divine sense seemed to have activated some sort of restriction. The blood sea in his surroundings churned tumultuously, constantly forming huge bubbles that burst and made the surrounding blood chi even denser. "Did you think I wouldn't be able to do anything to you just because you trapped me inside here?" Yu Sang's shouts came from within the mountains and rivers bell, his voice a mixture of endless ridicule and mockery. Yang Kai did not know when he stopped banging against the mountains and rivers bell, but he probably realized that this ancient exotic artifact was very difficult to deal with, so instead he simply called out, "Let me show you the power of my bloodlight array." His words were accompanied by a loud splashing sound. A figure covered in blood suddenly sprang out of the blood sea. The figure lunged at Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed as soon as he appeared, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai looked in that direction and couldn't help feeling shocked. That figure was completely devoid of vitality.
Yang Kai did not know how long this person had been dead for, but their figure was tall, broad, and had crimson-red eyes. When that person's fist came slamming down, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. The attack caught Yang Kai off guard and he could only meet it directly.
Hong. When both their fists collided with each other, Yang Kai's eyes widened. He could feel the tremendous power rushing towards him as his body was inadvertently pushed back by a dozen meters. On the other hand, the figure was also blown away by his punch. The other party might be powerful, but it seemed Yang Kai's strength was still greater. Walala! A series of splashing sounds came out as dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding blood sea. Similar to the figure from earlier, they were devoid of vitality and had crimson-red eyes.
It was just that they came in different shapes and sizes. When these figures appeared, they attacked Yang Kai without saying a word. Several of them circled to the sides while each of them had powerful bloodlight coming from their forms. One of them was entirely covered in blood-red flames, similar to a flame demon's innate divine ability. Several other figures pulled away, each stretching out their hands to hold a strong bow.
When they drew the bow and knocked the arrow, countless rays of bloodlight burst through the air to attack Yang Kai's vitals like blood serpents. Yang Kai was taken aback. He never expected that there would be an ambush lying in wait for him in this blood sea. Moreover, these people had clearly been dead for a long time now. He couldn't believe how they still managed to display the abilities they had during their life. Not daring to underestimate them, Yang Kai lifted his hand, summoned the wind gourd, and opened its mouth. His emperor chi surged violently, and the wind gourd slashed out waves of shocking gales. A fan-shaped area in front of him centered on the place where he stood instantly became a land of death. Shio shio shio. A muffled sound rang out as sharp blades of wind slashed everywhere, slicing up the numerous bloody figures into pieces. Even the blood arrows shot toward Yang Kai were completely blocked by the gale. Before Yang Kai could rejoice, a chill suddenly came from behind him. At that critical moment, he activated nihility and exiled himself into the void. He sprinted forward simultaneously, speeding thousands of meters away. When he looked behind again, he saw that a ghostly figure had suddenly appeared where he had originally been standing. That person was holding a dagger in his hand and slashing at the spot he used to be. Shadow Demon. Thinking back on the figures that were similar to flame demons and feather demons, Yang Kai suddenly understood. These people had been refined by Yu Sang. That was why, even if they had died, they could still use the abilities they had when they were still alive.
Yu Sang's voice came from the mountains and rivers. Bell, I have 8,000 blood corpses in this bloodlight array. How many can you kill?
Surrender obediently, and I'll let you live, Yang Kai sneered. If your blood corpses are only this strong, they won't be able to do anything to me no matter how many there are. These so-called blood corpses might be extremely powerful, but they were only comparable to mid-rank and low-rank demon kings. As long as Yang Kai had enough Emperor Qi, he was not afraid of them with the wind gourd in his possession. The only thing he had to guard against were the sneak attacks from the Shadow Demon blood corpses. He didn't know if it was because of Night Shadow Great Emperor, but there was nothing he hated more than the Shadow Demon clan in the entire demon realm at this moment. How impenetrably thick-headed. Are you expecting someone to save you? Yu Sang sneered. That beast and that strange divine spirit have indeed arrived and are right outside. But what can they do even if I let them in? While Yu Sang was speaking, the embodiment and Jue Feng were blasting at the blood sea with various methods. Unfortunately, all they managed to do was cause the blood water to swirl violently and evaporate uncontrollably. When Yang Kai had set off in such a hurry, they had rushed to keep up with him. Nevertheless, how could they possibly keep up with his instantaneous movement?
Thus, they could only watch as he plunged straight into the blood sea. They might not know what secrets were contained within this blood sea, but they did know they had been blocked by the swirling sea when they tried to enter. At this moment, the blood sea parted to the sides on its own after the duo let out another barrage of attacks, revealing a spacious passage that led straight into an unknown world.
Zhui Feng and the embodiment looked at each other and nodded. Both of them were extremely courageous, so they plunged into the blood sea without hesitation. The sea that split apart on both sides closed again, swallowing them up in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, they lost each other the moment they stepped into the blood sea. Zhui Feng searched around but did not see Yang Kai and embodiment. Thus, he couldn't help neighing non-stop and sprinting away into the distance. Unfortunately, the blood sea seemed limitless and he could not see where it ended no matter where he sprinted, much less find Yang Kai and the embodiment. The embodiment's current situation was similar to that of Zhui Feng. Unlike Zhui Feng though, he quickly realized that the blood sea spirit array had some effect of creating an endless loop. There was no other way to swiftly break free of this place, hence he quickly stopped in his tracks and did not bother with such useless efforts. With a flip of his wrist, the embodiment took out a bead. Drawing on his power, the bead flashed with light and he disappeared from the spot. In the center of the blood sea, Yusang, who was still being trapped by the mountains and river's bell, was still mocking loudly. I have let your two helpers into the spirit array. Nevertheless, they are simply walking straight into a trap. Unless they have my permission, they will never be able to find. At this point, he stopped abruptly. Immediately after that, he called out in alarm. How is that possible? There was an obvious incredulity in his voice, and Yang Kai could almost imagine the shocked expression on Yusang's face. That was because the embodiment had appeared next to Yang Kai without warning, stretched out his hand to grab at a lunging blood corpse, squeezed it hard, and caused the blood corpse to explode. Yang Kai shouted at that moment, "Time to die, Yusang." The bloodlight array was truly amazing. Leaving aside the so-called 8,000 blood corpses lying in ambush that were prepared to jump out to attack at any time, it actually had the ability to seal off space, which greatly restricted the use of his space techniques. Yang Kai had no way to get out of this place via instantaneous movement without first destroying the spirit array, but all his space techniques worked just fine inside the spirit array. The same went for the space beacon. The embodiment was one of Yang Kai's most powerful helpers, so how could he not possess a space beacon refined by Yang Kai? Letting the embodiment into the bloodlight array was definitely Yusang's biggest mistake. He probably never expected that the embodiment could come directly to Yang Kai while ignoring the mysterious workings of the spirit array. That was already within the scope of the space techniques. Wasn't that human the only one proficient in the Tao of space? Why was this weird divine spirit also proficient in it? How can it be so extremely versatile? Yusang was completely baffled, and the shock in his heart caused the blood sea to churn in response. Countless blood corpses were still coming out of the blood sea in all directions, lunging at Yang Kai as soon as they appeared. However, the strongest among these blood corpses was only as strong as high-ranked demon kings. Moreover, there were very few of them. The rest were mid-ranked demon kings and low-ranked demon kings. The real strength of these blood corpses lay in their numbers. Anybody who was trapped in the bloodlight array would become flustered if they were besieged by so many blood corpses. Be that as it may, the embodiment was now as strong as any half-saint, so these mid-rank and low-rank demon king blood corpses were nothing to him. He kicked and punched for a little while, and blood corpse after blood corpse burst into blood mist. The surrounding area was cleared up in the blink of an eye. The blood corpses did not reappear as Yusang was probably aware that something wasn't quite right with the situation and stopped making unnecessary sacrifices. He might have claimed that he had thousands of blood corpses in his bloodlight array, but judging by the speed the embodiment was killing them, there was seemingly nothing they could do even if all of them charged together. On the contrary, there was a violent sound coming from the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai had been careless and nearly allowed Yusang to escape. It frightened him so much that he hurriedly pushed the power of the ancient exotic artifact to further suppress Yusang. The embodiment exchanged a glance with him and immediately understood his current predicament, giving him a slight nod. There was no need for them to communicate as both understood what the other was planning. In the next moment, the embodiment reached out his hand and grabbed at something in the void. The demonic war hammer appeared in the palm of his hand, and with a slight shift of his body, he rushed towards the mountains and river's bell. Meanwhile, Yang Kai changed the hand seals he was using and opened a gap in the world, suppressing pressure. Yusang, who was trapped in the mountains and river's bell, keenly felt this change and immediately turned into a ray of bloodlight in an attempt to break free. What he did not expect was that he would be greeted by the embodiment's head-on blow.
The heaven-destroying and earth-shattering aura that pressed down on Yu Sang startled him, and like a frightened rabbit, he quickly shrank back again. Taking this opportunity, the embodiment plunged into mountains and rivers bell from below, and Yongkai sealed the gap once again. There soon came fierce and appalling sounds of fighting from within the mountains and rivers bell. It was evident that the embodiment and Yu Sang were battling each other inside. In support, Yongkai pushed his strength hard to maintain the power of the mountains and rivers bell, a pained expression showing on his face. The power of the mountains and rivers bell was beyond question. After all, it was an ancient exotic artifact that used to belong to a great emperor. It was an existence that could even suppress the phoenix true fire for tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, that was only provided Yongkai could exert all of its power. Yongkai had obtained the mountains and rivers bell many years ago, but because of his limited cultivation, he could not bring out its full power. It had been a surprise that he managed to suppress Yu Sang within it. If the embodiment had not arrived in time, it would not have taken long before Yu Sang broke free of the restraints. At present, the two half-saints were fighting each other with the mountains and rivers bell as the battlefield. The aftermath of the fierce battle spread out, and it was no less intense than the commotion made by Yu Sang before. Even if Yongkai tried his best, he didn't know how long he could maintain this situation. The moment he failed to hold on, Yu Sang would instantly escape from the trap. That would allow Yu Sang to regain the initiative and take control of the situation with the help of this bloodlight array. Yongkai seriously doubted that he and the embodiment could fight against Yu Sang inside the strange spirit array while also having to deal with thousands of blood corpses. A veteran half-saint could not be that easy to deal with after all. The only hope he had was that the embodiment could kill or severely injure Yu Sang in short order. That was the only way they would have any hope of victory. What made Yongkai more anxious, though, was Bright Moon's current situation. When he had been rushing over from the mountain valley, Bright Moon had already suffered a grievous wound and was surrounded by countless half-saints. Yongkai didn't know what situation Bright Moon was in now, which made him hate Yu Sang even more. If Yu Sang had not ambushed him along the way, he would not have been delayed. Nevertheless, he could not ignore Yu Sang in this situation. He would not be able to escape from the bloodlight array if he didn't kill or severely injure Yu Sang first, much less go to Bright Moon's rescue. Incessant explosions could be heard coming from within the mountains and rivers bell as the Emperor Qi in Yongkai's body flared strongly. His mind was closely connected to the mountains and rivers bell. Following the emergence of those sounds, the patterns on the mountains and rivers bell continued to flicker without stopping. The body of the bell would also become bigger and smaller from time to time, reflecting the fierce battle occurring inside. In the beginning, a few blood corpses would occasionally jump out of the surrounding blood sea to obstruct Yongkai. However, he had taken the time to kill them, and the blood corpses in the blood sea did not reappear again as time passed. It wasn't that all the blood corpses weren't there, it was just that Yu Sang could not afford to split his attention to control them. Yu Sang might be a veteran half-saint with extraordinary power, but the mountains and rivers bell that limited the scope of the battlefield was highly advantageous to the heaven-devouring battle law that the embodiment was using. How could Yu Sang stop the embodiment when the latter had a saint artifact in hand? Just resisting the embodiment's horrendous attacks exhausted all of Yu Sang's mental capacity, so where would he find the spare energy to control blood corpses to attack Yongkai? While the fight was in full swing on this side, the main battlefield was also flowing with rivers of blood. Platoon after platoon of millions of demons flooded in from all directions under the half-saint's command. They threw themselves at Bright Moon, one after the other, and the moonlight sword continued to bloom with light in response. Troop after troop of the army was beaten half to death, and the demon race suffered countless casualties as a result. The scene looked like a group of ants trying to besiege an elephant. It was truly amusing. Unfortunately, the world was full of unspeakable tragedies. It was often said that even an army of ants could kill an elephant, but of course that was under the premise that the elephant could not move to escape. Even if Bright Moon was heavily injured, he was not somebody an ordinary member of the demon race could challenge. The half-saints did not expect the ordinary demons to cause any new injuries to Bright Moon and simply planned on using these subordinates to tire Bright Moon out. Every time Bright Moon launched an attack, he would weaken a little more. The moment he reached a certain limit would be the moment the half-saints made their move. Among the 12 demon saints, 11 pairs of eyes were staring at Bright Moon. Only Yuru Meng looked into the distance with a frosty expression. Her divine sense was very powerful, so she could perceive some of the situation over there. Unfortunately, she had no way of knowing what the situation was within the Blood Sea. All she knew was that Yang Kai had plunged into the Blood Sea and fallen into Yu Sang's trap. It wasn't until the embodiment and Zhui Feng entered the Blood Sea together that her worries slightly lessened. Others might not know much about Yang Kai, but she was different. How could she not understand him after all the years she had spent beside him in Star Boundary? Yu Sang is in trouble. Yu Rumeng coldly snorted in her heart. They will suffer for thinking themselves clever. Her subordinate's betrayal was undoubtedly a blow to her reputation. However, her shaky reputation would stabilize again as long as Yang Kai could finish the matter for her. It's over. Nobody knew how much time had passed when Bei Limo's voice suddenly rang in Yu Rumeng's ears. Her voice could not be said to sound excited. In fact, it sounded rather desolate instead. The fall of a great emperor is truly spectacular. Yu Meng was startled, and when she turned to look in that direction, she saw that Bright Moon was standing alone in the sky. His figure looked bleak, and the sky all around him was clear, while the ground below him was covered in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Countless demons had died there. The moonlight sword he held in his hand all this while was dim and lackluster. It was as though it could be extinguished at any moment. His aura as a great emperor had long vanished, and instead, he was as weak as an old man who was on his deathbed. Even his originally black hair had turned gray at this moment. The appearance of a handsome youth that he used to have no longer existed. It was indeed over. The demon realm had paid a price of hundreds of millions of lives in this place to forcefully exhaust a great emperor to such an extent. It was time for the half-saints to take their places on the stage. It was time for them to compete between each other. I wonder who will come out on top. Shueli laughed. The half-saints scattered in the surroundings, who had been watching Bright Moon's condition nervously, gathered around again. Each of them was so incredibly excited that they surrounded the spot where Bright Moon stood tightly. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at Huang Wuji, to which the tall first demon saint gave a slight nod with a solemn expression. In the next instant, hundreds of half-saints moved like a pack of hungry wolves to rush at Bright Moon. In the center of the storm, Bright Moon's expression was indifferent. He remained calm in the face of death. There was only an indescribable exhaustion on his face, and his eyes closed slightly. The moonlight sword in his hands trembled slightly before its light was extinguished. Inside the bloodlight array, Yang Kai was trembling. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and golden blood steadily flowed from his 7 orifices. He had overexerted himself when using the power of the mountains and rivers bell. These actions had affected the injuries that he suffered previously, although they could not be considered serious. Nevertheless, it had worsened his current state. There was no way around this. 2 half-saints, the embodiment and Yu Sang, were having a death match inside the mountains and rivers bell. The fallout of the attacks shook the mountains and rivers bell endlessly, to the point that even he, as the master of the mountains and rivers bell, was affected by the impact. Thus, Yang Kai could only grit his teeth and hold on with determination. All his previous efforts would be in vain if Yu Sang were to break free from the trap. The feedback Yang Kai received from the embodiment allowed him to understand the situation inside the mountains and rivers bell in an instant. Fortunately, Yu Sang was also facing unspeakable misery that was comparable to Yang Kai's overwhelming burden. The narrow space forced him to face the embodiment's fierce attacks, while the manifestation of the heaven-devouring battle law caused his aura to decrease steadily. On the other hand, the embodiment only became stronger as the battle went on. He had the posture as though he was going to hammer Yu Sang to death on the spot. Hence, Yu Sang was panicking. He could never have expected the situation to come to this in the end. Rather than the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, what scared him the most was the embodiment. He did not know what kind of evil secret art the strange divine spirit had cultivated that had the effect of plundering and devouring his own aura. But it was clear the embodiment was literally the Blood Demon clan's nemesis. As a half-saint from the Blood Demon clan, Yu Sang was the most proficient at using the various secret techniques of the Blood Demon clan. However, he no longer dared to use them easily. That was because the embodiment could refine and devour whatever secret techniques he utilized. Hence, his situation was becoming more and more unfavorable with the passing of time. Damn it. It was a foolproof ambush. How could things develop into this? There was no point in time when he was not trying to escape from this trap. Unfortunately, the bell-shaped artifact had an unimaginable force of suppression. Combined with the embodiment making things difficult for him, Xianxia was completely powerless to resist. It was humiliating that he had been held up by a trivial mid-rank demon king for so long. At that moment, he suddenly felt a flaw in the aura that had been suppressing the surrounding area. This discovery left him feeling overjoyed. He did not know why Xianxia would make such a fatal mistake at such a time, but he guessed that the latter had reached his limits. After all, the other party's cultivation was obviously much lower than his own. It was exceptional that Xianxia could persist for such a long time already. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia spouted a cloud of blood mist. He had to stop the embodiment for a moment, even if he had to sacrifice some of his blood essence to do so. Then, his figure transformed into a ray of blood light and rushed towards that gap in the defense. The embodiment could not stop Xianxia in time and could only watch as Xianxia dashed out of the suppression range of the mountains and river's bell. At the same time, Xianxia turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He had suddenly experienced an inexplicable sense of turmoil for a moment just now. It felt as though something terrible had happened. It was precisely because of this sliver of unease that his control over the mountains and river's bell had stopped for a moment and the gap that allowed Xianxia to escape appeared. He instinctively knew that something had happened to Bright Moon, because he could no longer sense Bright Moon's aura. Although he had been fighting Xianxia within the bloodlight array all this time, Xianxia could still sense the aura of a great emperor outside, albeit faintly. At that moment, however, the aura that belonged to Bright Moon became non-existent. It had thoroughly been extinguished from this world. Xianxia's escape drew his mind back to the present in a panic, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do at this point and his temper instantly flared to the extreme as a result. To Xianxia's surprise, the counterattack he was expecting did not come. Likewise, Xianxia vanished completely into the blood sea after escaping the trap. Xianxia could not tell whether Xianxia had fled or was hiding in ambush somewhere nearby. The blood sea then began to churn, shrinking towards a certain direction. At the same time, Xianxia was fleeing into the distance with the help of the cover provided by the blood sea. His expression was full of hatred. He was also gnashing his teeth and cursing at something under his breath. A blood demon half-saint like him had ambushed Xianxia only to end up in this miserable situation. Thus, the rage in his heart grew exponentially. Nevertheless, he did not dare to confront Xianxia any longer due to his fear of the embodiment's power. He only wanted to escape, the further the better, lest Xianxia use the mountains and river's bell to trap him again. He would most likely lose his life if he was caught again. On the other hand, he believed that he could still escape alive with the protection of the blood light array. As for his grudges against Xianxia, he could only leave that for later. A ray of bright light suddenly tore through the boundless blood sea and the moonlight sword silently came slashing down. Xianxia was heavily wounded and the expression on his face froze completely at that moment. Xianxia retrieved the mountains and river's bell above the blood sea, but before he could catch his breath, he suddenly heard the embodiment shouting, "Watch out." At the same time, a feeling of horror spread throughout his body. His eyes widened abruptly as he turned to look in that direction. Xianxia was rushing directly at him with a blazing murderous intent. Without the slightest hesitation, he forced himself to take a deep breath and punched out. Space collapsed in the path his fist took, but contrary to his expectations, Xianxia, who was lunging at him, didn't put up any resistance whatsoever when he threw this punch. Instead, Xianxia opened his arms wide to accept it, even showing a small smile of relief. The murderous intent, which had been so dense that it practically felt tangible at that point, also vanished without a trace. Xianxia's heart clenched violently, and he instinctively realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to stop. Pucci! The punch that Xianxia threw made a hole in Xianxia's chest. He had punched right through the body and the explosive power from his fist formed a wide hole. The rampant strength of his fist had shattered Xianxia's organs and meridians in an instant. Xianxia's expression was one of utter shock. He was not feeling the triumph of annihilating his enemy. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable pain ripping through him. It felt as though a large, invisible hand was gripping his heart and that his body would collapse to pieces in the next moment. No. No. This can't be. When their gazes met, Xianxia smiled gently and softly muttered, "Everything is up to you now." While saying that, Xianxia's appearance distorted and transformed to become a heavily injured bright moon covered in still wet blood. "Senior," Xianxia shouted through gritted teeth, his eyes looking like they were about to break. Why? Why? He could not accept what he was seeing before him. He had ended the life of Bright Moon Great Emperor with my own hands. Xianxia's mind was a mess, and he could hardly think. That punch had destroyed any chance Bright Moon had of survival. He no longer had any chance of escape from this ordeal. The person I wanted to kill was Xianxia. Why did I end up killing Bright Moon instead? Of course, it was not hard for a great emperor to deceive Xianxia's perception and make him mistakenly think that he was looking at Xianxia. Moreover, that realistic murderous intent was the key that forced him to act so decisively. This is what I wanted. The whole of the star boundary will thank you for this. Bright Moon clearly understood Xianxia's feelings at the moment, so raising his hand, he grabbed Xianxia's wrist and looked straight into his eyes while speaking earnestly. "So, please don't feel guilty." At that moment, though, Xianxia couldn't hear what Bright Moon was saying. His mind had been filled with a chaotic buzzing ever since he saw the great emperor's pale face. A mysterious power flowed out from Bright Moon's body and into his own along his arm right then, flooding his mind and body. This sensation finally brought Xianxia back to his senses and the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to take his hand out of Bright Moon's chest, but Bright Moon gripped his arm tightly so that he couldn't move. "The star boundaries cannot be taken by the demon race," Bright Moon shouted, gritting his teeth. Blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, dampening the shredded clothes on his chest. The warm blood flowed over Xianxia's arms, scorching like molten iron. "Only you can bring this will back. This is also the reason Heaven's revelations sent you to the demon realm." Xianxia looked startled and thought back on something Heaven's revelations Great Emperor had once said to him. "In the demon realm, you will face both an opportunity and a crisis." In the past, he had been unable to figure out the meaning behind an opportunity and a crisis. It wasn't until now that he finally understood those words. Was there any greater opportunity than to obtain a great world's will from a great emperor? Did Heaven's revelations predict this would happen back then? If that was the case, the reason he asked Xianxia to come to the demon realm was never to rescue Bright Moon Great Emperor, but rather to inherit the great world's will from him. But if this opportunity came at the cost of a great emperor's life, Xianxia didn't want it. Whilst in his dazed state, the mysterious power filled his entire body. The power did not make him stronger immediately. Instead, it gave him an inexplicable and indescribable sense of clarity. It made his perception countless times sharper than before, and he instantly understood that this was the will of the great world known as the star boundary. "This king is sorry." Bright Moon forced a smile at Xianxia, but this king had no other way. "Please don't resent me for this." Although such an opportunity was being fought over by hundreds of demon half-saints, it was actually nothing but a massive burden for a human. After all, Xianxia had personally killed a great emperor. That was a truth that would never change. This was also the first time in history that a great emperor died at the hands of an emperor realm cultivator. Rather than saying that Xianxia had killed Bright Moon, though, it was more accurate to say that Bright Moon had killed himself with Xianxia's hands. "You must go now." Bright Moon's expression suddenly changed. He killed Xianxia, and thus the blood light array fell apart on its own. At this moment, when the blood sea collapsed, the half-saints who had been chasing Bright Moon began appearing from all directions. Many of the half-saints were dumbfounded by the sight of Xianxia and Bright Moon's current situation. Then they immediately became angry out of shame. They had paid such a heavy price, with more than 10 of them dying at Bright Moon's hands. They went to great lengths just to force the great emperor of the star boundary into a desperate situation, and all that was left was to harvest the fruits of their labor. Who could have known that a mere human brat would take advantage of their efforts? How could they tolerate this? The demon saints had mentioned that no matter who killed Bright Moon, no one else could attempt to snatch away the great world's will. As long as they could bear the weight of the great world's will, that person would have a great chance of becoming the 13th demon saint of the demon realm in the future.
That was the lifelong pursuit of all half-saints. The capacity of the world was limited, so with the opportunity to reach the summit so close at hand, they did not hesitate even if they had to put their life on the line in the attempt. Following a burst of rage, the half-saints actually began sneering. Was it really an opportunity when a trivial mid-rank demon king was the one to obtain this opportunity? Without the power to protect himself, that opportunity would become nothing more than a catastrophe. They would rather face a mid-rank demon king than attack a great emperor on the verge of death. Many divine senses locked on Xianxia in an instant. Nearly 100 half-saints fell silent at that moment. Nobody took the lead in attacking. Instead, their gazes swept around their surroundings warily. Xianxia was nothing to them. It was the other half-saints that were the real obstacles in their climb to reach the summit. Xianxia stood in the center of this mob with an expression that was extremely solemn. He glanced around in a circle, and by the time he looked down again, Bright Moon had closed his eyes and his vitality had dissipated. Xianxia's expression shifted slightly as he felt incredibly heartbroken. Before he could say his goodbyes to Bright Moon, before he could apologize, the great emperor had passed away. He took a deep breath and forcibly restrained his chaotic state of mind. Then, he slowly pulled his hand out of Bright Moon's chest in front of everybody and carefully placed Bright Moon's body next to the medicine garden in the small sealed world. Grief was stuck in his chest. He couldn't bear not letting it out. Thus, he howled up into the sky.
His howling gradually became louder, transforming into a thunderous dragon roar that resounded throughout the world. As though being summoned at that moment, Zhui Feng's mighty figure came galloping from a distance and arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. He reared up, practically standing on his two hind legs. By the time he landed on all fours, Xianxia was already seated on his back. Xianxia lightly patted the mane on his neck and ordered, "Run."